Dat is jouw mic. Ja. En die werkt. Ja.
Are you Elena? Yes. Exactly. Wonderful to have you on the panel.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we will have a heavy Spanish panel, which is necessary, but it's quite fun.
Yeah, it's quite fun.
So we will start with Ambassador Jorge Toledo, who will live stream in for his community.
Yeah.
And Joanna Szychowska will give her and then we'll just have the panel discussion with Joanna and my Esteban. Who was and how are you? Just so you know, I will first ask you to respond to the process. So as a business perspective, broader reflection of you can just reflect on that question. I'll give you a good comment.
Okay.
And I'll try to have quite some for questions from the audience. So I have follow-up questions myself, of course, but I'll try not to fill everything. And also just really feel free to respond to what radiate without yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Reply, reflect, and reply to what you have said.
And I'll give a poll question live discussion. And then I have some follow-up questions. Future-oriented, whatever scenarios that I also ask to work. That's very I'd like to have somewhat longer first conversation than 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would like to invite you to for the district again. Come sit and give me on the stage. So we'll watch notes while we're on the stage, because otherwise we have to switch in between. And I think whenever you're ready, go to the stage.
So we start at?
9:15.
9:15. Okay, very good.
People are coming in, so I'm here. What would you like to see? Yeah, maybe you can sit here, Elena can sit here, and then I'll ask Joanna to sit there so she can read some of more comments. Yes. Yeah? Could you, maybe,
Yeah, of course. Toledo is not meeting yet.
Okay. find a safe place to last for now.
Hey, good morning. Sorry, I'm testing the web right now. Hey, goedemorgen. Heel even bezig.
Ja.
Oh, die is er nu uit. Ja, want er kwam er geen audio binnen.
Geen audio.
Nee, kwam er niet.
Kijk, zoals staat. Staat hier op de microfoon staat
Even kijken. Nee, kijk, speaker. Hij moet op de microfoon doen.
Deze?
Ja.
Hi, good morning. Yes. Raoul, Bunskoek. Nice to meet you, man.
Geen audio binnen. Hij is er nog niet uit. Nee, wij zijn... Hi, good morning. Ja.
Raoul Bunskoek. Yes.
Water under your seat. One by hand in place, but this way you
Oké, spannend. Ja, de techniek is niet helemaal...
Headphones. Ja. Die wel. Dan ben ik er kwijt.
Ja, dat heb ik al. Ja, Toledo
Ja,
was
dat
er
is-
net wel, nu niet meer. Ja, praat maar, praat
in ieder geval op de...
Echo cancelling?
Nee, op de... Deze, zeg maar.
Dat is het mic.
Sorry?
Je ziet daar wat
Ja.
Microfoon, als je een microfoon
Veranderen.
Good morning. Dus wanneer je de meeting hebt, kunnen jullie meteen bij ons scherm. Yes. We are still fixing a couple of technical issues, but I'll just start straight away while the issues are being fixed. That shouldn't hold us back. So, yes. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests from all over Europe and the world. My name is Raoul Bunskoek, and I'm heading the Clingendael China Center, and we've organized this conference for you today here on behalf of the ReConnect consortium. Yesterday we started off with a speakers dinner that was into the late hours. That was very successful, but it's good to see most of you, all of you here in the morning again, fresh, ready for a new conference. So the conference was originally planned to be a little bit more small scale. Right now we have a room full of people, and we also have, I believe, about 400 people joining us online. So that is quite the crowd. That is why the program book is also rather big, much bigger than we expected it to be when we asked the printers. But yes, yes. Okay, but well, the title of today's conference is Rebalancing EU-China Relations in an Age of Global Turmoil. Yet, this brings up an important question. Was there ever a balance in EU-China relations? Perhaps the pendulum a decade or so ago swung too far towards a naive opportunism, whereas nowadays it has swung too far towards seeing security threats everywhere. In this light, Rebalancing might refer to a move towards finding the more realistic sweet spot somewhere in the middle. Or as the Chinese saying goes, the challenge is to find a 中庸之道. Finding an answer I'll leave to those present here, however, today. As for the turmoil in the title, there certainly is a lot of turmoil in the world. There is war on the European continent, putting pressure on the EU-China relationship. Trump's second presidency has stirred up the relationships between the US, China, and the EU, again putting these off balance. The horrors in Gaza and Sudan seem never ending. And partly because of the above, we see a growing demand for revised global governance structures. Think, for instance, of the expansion of the BRICS or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. In short, the world is in turmoil, or as Chinese President Xi Jinping likes to put it, it is a time of great changes unseen in a century. Does this mean all's doom and gloom, though? Great changes ask for great solutions, and that is why events such as today's are so important. We are here today to engage in conversations to find ways to create well-considered, effective responses to the continuous developments in the EU-China relationship. And that means that both the EU and China need to look in the mirror as well sometimes. How are our actions perceived when viewed by others? And is this in line with how we like to see ourselves? Facing ourselves while facing others might enable us to better understand EU-China relations in all their complexity. And this also provides an opportunity to get to know each other and ourselves better. Today, therefore, we will delve deeper into issues such as past, present, and future narratives of the EU and China, of clean tech and the energy transition, of how the EU could strengthen its knowledge on China and perhaps vice versa, and what possible futures could be in EU-China relations. But certainly, let's not limit ourselves today. Let's challenge our own ideas and search for new ways to understand EU-China relations, to discuss possible paths for cooperation and shared concerns, both grounded and ungrounded. Together, we can think about what win-win outcomes China and the EU desire, and how the two could move closer to mutually beneficial outcomes. With that, I would like to give the floor to Bart Dessijn for a few introductory remarks on behalf of ReConnect China. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Raoul, for your introductory words. Also, great welcome from my side. I'm Bart Dessijn. I'm the scientific coordinator of the ReConnect China project, which is a project funded on the Horizon Europe framework of the European Commission. So, of course, also my thanks to the European Commission for funding this great project. A great project that is, given the very complex questions we have to deal with in the global setting we are now, has inspired us back in 2021, when we applied for the funding in this project, has inspired us to bring together academics and think tankers. Because we do think that very often academics, their research is of course important, but it tends to be confined to the academic context only. And of course, we are convinced that what we are researching has its policy relevance, and therefore the idea to bring together academics as well as think tankers. And in total we have a group, a very large group I must say, of 15 partners in the ReConnect China project, covering institutes, academic institutes and think tanks of all over Europe, from the Baltics to South Europe, from Western Europe to Eastern Europe. So we have had a very nice 3 years of the project already. So we have 1 year to go, and you can find, of course, all the results of our research on the ReConnect China website. You just Google to ReConnect China, and you will see all kinds of publications, MOOCs we have made, podcasts we have made, so that we also cater, let's say, to the larger audience, because we also do think that awareness of China and China knowledge should go beyond even the academic and the think tank context, but is relevant for all European citizens. And in that sense, I would once again want to thank you, people here in the room and people online, because the big attendance, I was told that it is one of the biggest events Clingendael ever organized, shows indeed the relevance and the importance of the topics we are dealing with. And with this, I see that the first panel is already ready to inform you on and have some discussions and reflections on China and EU relations in also, as was just said, of course, a changing global context, given what is happening, among others, transatlantically. So with that, I do thank you for being here. I hope you have a wonderful day, get to know lots of people and lots of insights. And I have seen in the program there is indeed also ample opportunity for networking, which is, of course, also as important, I would say, as the insights you will hopefully have through attending this conference. And with that, I think I can hand over the microphone to the first moderator, and that's Ties.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ties Dams. I'm a senior research fellow at Clingendael. I have the great pleasure to moderate this first panel. I will say a little bit more about our speakers, etc., in a moment. But the theme is rebalancing China. And we have a beautiful balance, I would say, in the first two keynotes. From Beijing, Ambassador of the EU, Jorge Toledo, who will give us his views on the EU-China relationship as it stands today via live stream, then followed by Joanna Szychowska, who is in the cockpit in Brussels of the EU-China trade relations as Director Asia at DG Trade. And we will, after those two eminent keynotes, have a panel discussion with Joanna, Mario Esteban of the Royal Institute Elcano, who works broadly on EU-China, US relations, and Elena Suarez, representative from BusinessEurope. But first, let's turn to Beijing, as Ambassador Toledo has been waiting in the wings, the online wings now, for a moment, and give him the floor to kick us off on the view from Beijing on EU-China relations. Please, Ambassador, take the floor, and please switch to the laptop if we can. Thank you.
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me much better than I can hear you, because I didn't understand a word. The connection seems to be very bad, at least when it comes to hearing what you say and understanding what you say. So I hope, as I say, that you can understand me much better than I could understand you. Is that right? Can you hear me and understand me well?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Yeah, if that means yes, because I didn't understand it. Okay.
Yes,
In any
yes.
case, please make a sign if you don't hear me or you don't understand me. Thank you very much for inviting me again this time. This time I can make it. I think I was invited a year ago or a couple of years ago, but I couldn't make it. So glad to be with you. I see that I see, but I cannot hear them or understand them. That there are a number of specialists. I can see Joanna, who will, I suppose, very much in more detail than me on trade and investment issues. I will make a short presentation, and I think there will be good occasions later in the panel to discuss more in detail. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay until it ends because I have to make a presentation to a BTC presentation before the European Parliament in 45 minutes to 1 hour. So, but I will try to stay until that starts. Well, as you all know, just before the summer vacations in Spain on August, on the 24th of July, we held the EU-China summit in Beijing. As the name summit suggests, that this is a peak of all meetings and the peak, the occasion in our relations. Well, it was an important occasion by some of the most important structured dialogues we have. It was preceded by some of the dialogues, the strategic dialogue with the HRVP on the 2nd of July. It was, there were also other sectoral dialogues, but there was also a human rights dialogue, by the way, which is important. Two of the most important dialogues were not held before the summit. And this already suggests that not much progress had been made before the summit, for the summit being able to announce important decisions or progress. And I'm referring to the high-level digital dialogue. We hope it will be held in the next few weeks. And more importantly, the economic and trade dialogue. And that suggests that we saw no progress in most of the hundreds of trade and investment issues we have with China. Well, the good news is that we had the summit. We had it in Beijing instead of Brussels, and it was marking the 50th anniversary of the relations, diplomatic relations between the European Union and China. So that was an occasion to celebrate. That was an occasion, should have been an occasion to take stock of what we have done in these 50 years. For instance, the most impressive and rapid development of an economy in the history of humankind, China, and an enlargement and deepening of the European integration at the same time, and the development of an extremely important economic and trade relationship between the European Union and China. One example should suffice. When we started our diplomatic relations, the then European Economic Community and China traded 2 billion, the equivalent to 2 billion euros a year. And now we are trading more than 2 billion euros a day. So last time I checked, it was 365 times more, which is an impressive amount. Okay, unfortunately, as I say, we commemorated this 50th anniversary without much progress. But the fact that we could hold the summit, even in difficult moments in our relations, was something. And it gave us, the leaders of the European Union, President von der Leyen, President Costa, accompanied by the High Representative, an opportunity to speak directly to the top brass, and especially to President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang, of all the issues we think we need to fix as soon as possible. We have, unfortunately, seen not much progress since then, so we need to start working with our Chinese friends to start making progress. And as you will see, the news don't seem to be very good for the moment. Anyway, as you know, the European Union in 2019 approved a strategy which describes China as a partner, as a competitor, and as a systemic threat. This is not the strategy, this is the description. And as you know, our Chinese friends don't like it at all. The Chinese government and our Chinese interlocutors always say, we are not rivals, we are only partners. But then, I think that what we approved as a description of our relations in 2019 is even more relevant and even more valid right now, especially since the 24th of February 2022. You know what happened on the 24th of February? Not good news in that front. We, I think, have opportunity now when Ukraine and the European Union have started in 6 months ago to call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. In fact, we were joining China, which from the beginning of the aggression had been calling for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. Well, now that we have the same position, which we were rejecting because our Ukrainian friends and allies were rejecting it. Now that we are calling for it, now the Chinese, when we ask them to support this unconditional and to influence the Russian partners to stop the war, now they say, well, we understand different things for ceasefire, etc. So they are not, again, cooperating. So this has led to 18 sanctions packages in which, in the last ones, we have included Chinese entities, Chinese companies. This is an issue which is difficult in our relations, but it is important to underline that the basic question here is the lack of understanding by China of the existential nature of this issue for the European Union. The Chinese government is always asking us to respect their red lines. The reddest line, Taiwan, which we respect. We have our EU one China policy, but they don't seem to pay any heed to our red lines. And in this case, our red line, our existential issue is the Russian aggression in Ukraine, which they call the Ukraine crisis, in which we can see no cooperation from China to help us solve it. So this is basically now the most important issue in our systemic rivalry part of our relation. We have others. We have different political systems, but that shouldn't be a problem. If we could coexist, we can coexist with different political systems. But what we see is China, for the last 10 years at least, trying to propagate, trying to support a new discourse, a new narrative on things that are important for our values, like human rights. We, in the European Union, as you know, we support the indivisibility and the universality of human rights. The Chinese recent discourse about human rights is about prioritizing the right to development, forgetting about human rights that are also in the UN Charter and that are important for us. This is another example of our systemic rivalry. But I will stop there because I don't want to dwell too much on this negative, very negative part of our relationship. I will follow with our partnership to add some positive news. If not news, at least some positive comments on the relationship between China and the European Union. We are partners when it comes to tackling some of the most important global issues, and especially when we talk and we have a very constructive dialogue with China on the fight about climate change. We have a very constructive, even more constructive and more positive dialogue with China when it comes to the protection of biodiversity and of the protection of the environment. In fact, we admire what China has been doing in the last 10 or 20 years to protect its own environment. And of course, we admire the Chinese development of technologies for renewables and the development and the installation of a very large renewable capacity in China. We have our differences also when it comes to, especially when it comes to fight against climate change. We just knew from President Xi's statement to the UN General Assembly a couple of weeks ago that we learned of the Chinese national determined contribution. We understand and we recognize that it is a national determined contribution and that China has nationally determined its contribution, but we must admit that this new national determined contribution of China to the fight against climate change, coming from the country which contributes 30% of greenhouse gases emission in the world, is not nearly enough what is needed to achieve Paris climate contribution and Paris climate objectives. So the Commission is studying and will study when because this national determined contribution has been announced politically, but we have to, and the European Commission will examine the details. We in the European Union have not announced yet our national determined contribution, but there is scope, there is dialogue, and there is cooperation between China and the European Union. And I think we must follow and we must intensify this cooperation with China, especially now that the United States has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. There is nothing useful that can be done in the fight against climate change without the EU and China working together towards Paris Agreement objectives. And finally, I will speak briefly about the other part of our triptych description of our relations, the competition part. When we say competition in the European Union, we don't mean it in the American way. Competition in the American way, or in in the United States, when they refer to competition with China, they refer more to a rivalry. We described competition as trade competition and as investment relations. Well, I'm afraid the news is not good. And, you know, I will sum it up like this. In 2022, the European Union reached the Guinness Book of Records in the history of trade deficit. Between the trade deficit between China and the European Union reached almost 400 billion euros. It went down by about 100 billion euros in 23 and something in 24. But actually, in terms of volume, the trade deficit has grown, and has grown a lot. In 2022, for every container that the European Union was sending to China, China was sending 3.1 containers. We think that in 2025, if the trend continues, we will see that for every container the China is sending, the European Union is sending to China, 4 or more containers are being sent from China. This is the result of an important industrial deflation in China. China has had 39 consecutive months of industrial deflation, which stems from what we call industrial overcapacity, to a large extent caused by industrial subsidies. But this is flooding these overcapacities that we call overcapacities, but the Chinese call it involution. Involution meaning a rat race of prices going down, that are being, this is being felt by our companies here too, the ones that have invested here, but it's causing an even worse trend in our trade balance. We can see that in the first 8 months of 2025, not only have our imports from China grown substantially, but our export to China are going down again. I put you an example that explain why this is not right, that there is something wrong going on, and this is not the result of pure competition, and this is the result of a lack of level playing field and some market access barriers that have been built in the Chinese system to promote self-reliance and avoid imports of important products from Europe. And the example is, or the fact is, that whereas China's GDP has grown by 40%, very impressively, by 40% from 2017 to 2024, our exports to China have gone down by 30%. So something must be wrong. And what is wrong? Well, among other things, market access barriers, lack of level playing field. The European Union Chamber of Commerce has listed in 2022 947 market access barriers. These went up to 1,058 in 2023, and this year they just came up with a new report which puts them above 1,100 market access barriers. And apart from those, we have been hit by retaliatory measures of China to our EV tariffs that we adopted last year. Retaliatory measures, very recently, the decision on anti-dumping procedure on European Union imports, which followed a decision.
Well, do we have a chance of the ambassador maybe returning to finish his remarks, or should we? Yes. Thankfully, given the technical difficulties we've just apparently encountered, we have a wonderful second keynote speaker who now will have the chance to enlighten us a little bit earlier still. And actually, given the time, it's not such a bad planning, this, although it wasn't certainly wasn't the intention. All right, so this is a bit of an artificial transition, but Joanna, please take the stage. Again, please a warm welcome for Joanna Szychowska from DG Trade, Director Asia. Thank you very much.
I assure you I have absolutely nothing to do with this hiccup, but I'm very happy that the ambassador stopped talking because he already spoke about 1/3 of my speech. So like this, you will not have to hear twice what we both have to say about trade and investment relations with China. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you very much to the organizers already for yesterday's debate. It was a pleasure. It was a food for thought and food. So it was a great welcome, and I'm very happy to continue some of the discussions that we started. Well, I have no choice. I have to give priority to my ambassador.
Here I am
go
again.
ahead.
Ambassador, thank you very much for returning. Joanna had already started her second keynote speech, so please feel free to finish up your remarks that you were cut off from, and then we can also again move to Joanna's speech. Thank you.
Okay, I will just end it here because Joanna is coming and she will be giving more details on our trade and investment relationship. Let me just say that what we are confronted with in China is first of all denial that there is a problem, and second retaliatory measures. And measures that are hitting us as collateral damage, and the best example of that is the measures, export control measures of the Chinese government on rare earths that are hitting and hurting our companies, which have been even worsened today only by the announcement of China that they are putting under export controls the technologies for producing rare earths. So I will finish by saying that President von der Leyen, when she was here on the 24th of July for the summit, she said we are at an inflection point. And it's true, we are at an inflection point. The trend in our trade and on these measures is not sustainable. And I'm afraid we will have, if the Chinese don't make progress on all our issues, we will have to act ourselves. We have already acted to level the playing field. And the best example of that is what we have done on the international procurement instrument applied to the Chinese medical devices. We are just, in that case, treating the Chinese companies exactly as our companies are treated here. And by the way, this issue of procurement is also getting worse because now the Chinese have made it official that from now on, the Chinese companies in public procurement in China will have a 20% price advantage, which of course will put our companies, but not only ours, but every foreign company at a big disadvantage in public procurement. But I will let Joanna give you more details on that. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry about the interruption.
No worries, and thank you very much, Ambassador Toledo, please. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's start. The title of the panel is Are EU-China trade relations balanced and what is the way ahead? I think the first question is somehow rhetorical, and we have already heard the answer to this question, even though I will still come back to the context. Now, the second part, how do we... See, it's difficult, huh? Doesn't want to go. The second question, how do we rebalance? I will not give you an answer to this. I will only give you the elements, because there is no silver bullet, as we all understand. So this is rather to open the debate and to see whether these elements make sense and how do we build on those. So on the numbers and facts, and not to repeat too much of what you have heard, but simply to grasp an importance of the problem. First of all, you don't ignore the second largest economy. You have to work with this economy. And even more so if the second largest economy is your third trading partner, and second when it comes to goods. And as much as we can say about what's not working in the trade and investment relations, trade and investment remain very robust, and majority of trade and investment are still fine. So there is a lot to care about, and I think that is important to keep in mind. Now, what is the size of a problem? Because there is a problem, it's the deficit, as Ambassador said, and it's not deficit as such, it's the fact that this deficit is a structural one. And just to remind, China runs deficit with 3/4 of its trading partners. So this is the policy of the country. Export volumes, you heard as well, a staggering increase in volumes of export year on year, almost 30%, 28, I think, almost 28%. And the fact that China is manufacturing or doubling on manufacturing, and not only new products, but also traditional manufacturing. And what is today in the range of 37% will be soon 40%. And they consume very little. So you heard it all, but that simply means that the problem is massive, and there are no straightforward answers how to handle it, which doesn't mean there are no ways to handle it. These imbalances are driven by the two main features of the Chinese economy, which are distortive economic practices, market barriers, and discriminatory practices. And when it comes to the distortive market economic practices, policies, is overcapacity. When you think to back to 2015, when we first were hit by still overcapacity, probably no one thought it will become again a feature. Something is wrong on this panel. We cannot speak smoothly. So that has become now a feature of the relations, and seeing what China intends to do in their next 5-year plan, in the next edition Made in China, this will not go away. So overcapacity is there, and of course EU and other markets have become outlets for the excess of the capacity, and you understand what it means for our economies. And then there are the market access problems and discriminatory treatment. Ambassador mentioned the most recent example, public procurement and export controls. Frankly, if we have 800 market access barriers or 1,100, that doesn't make a difference. It's simply impossible. I will not speak about business sentiment and what it means for the companies, because this is what Elena will do. But it's interesting to see how the industry, how the companies react, and what conclusions they draw on themselves from this setup. And I would say, if it was not bad, the fact that there is clear tendency to weaponize the dominance and to weaponize the dependencies, and the clear retaliation. And this retaliation has become, again, a feature of the relation. So not only we have a problem that is a structural problem, not only we face increasing market barriers and discriminatory practices, but this is being used in a way that we haven't really experienced in such a systematic way not such a long time ago. So it's a lot to to work on. Maybe it would have been easier, or maybe it would be easier, if we were clear about who are our partners, competitors, and rivals. This triad that we typically apply to China, we are not the only ones characterizing China this way. This is pretty much a standing definition of relations with China. But if you look around, and if you look for partners and for identify who are your competitors, things have changed so much around that maybe we have to rethink with whom we work and how we work. And things that we were taken for granted last year or 2 years ago, they should not be. And that also impacts the nature of relations with China. So we are, of course, very well aware about all that. So this is not reading the reality from yesterday. And we've been thinking and preparing for how to handle it for a long time now. The president said we are at an inflection point. That's an important statement, because that means that we are really at a low level in trade and investment, but more broadly relations with China, and we have to think what we do next. So, as you have heard many times, it's about engagement, it's about de-risking, diversification, and protection. I do not think this is a wrong way forward. I don't think we need to add or we need to change the composition of the menu of responses. I think the question we have to ask is, how do we use it? How do we act on what we see is happening? What is our strength? What is our weakness? And how do we make sure that in this extremely dynamic situation, all these measures make sense? So I think this is not about new strategy on China. I think it is about how you go about implementing it. One point on engagement. That's true. The summit has been well, maybe not entirely satisfactory, but think about counterfactual. Think about not having this meeting. And you certainly wouldn't like to hear from us, well, the relations are so bad that there is no conversation going on at the leaders level. So there is a value in having this type of meetings. We don't want to be among those countries that have frozen the top level discussions with China for quite some time before they unfrozen them. So yes, we have to cherish this type of relations, and we have to cherish the contacts, and the fact that there is a very open channel of communication matters a lot. So do not underestimate that. But yes, there is a lot of work to be done after the summit, and it will not be easy. Again, export controls with today's new measures that China have announced, this work will only get more difficult. Public procurement, indeed. We have used already our tools. We are discussing with Chinese. They have used their tools. Now we have an outright discrimination against non-Chinese products, and then we have to handle it. So it's not the pile is not diminishing. It's increasing almost daily. So engagement, yes. Talking, yes. But if it doesn't work, and clearly it doesn't work sufficiently, there are a few other things that we have to do. And there may be 2 or 3 points. First is, you have heard of autonomous, toolbox autonomous instruments, so instruments that we have developed precisely to try to handle situations that I'm describing. And we've been using those tools. Do they always work? They work. They make some difference. We'll have to think better how they can make a bigger difference. And that's why by the end of the year, you will hear from us about how we want to pull those instruments in a more coherent way. We'll also reflect where there's something else needed. So we call it doctrine, maybe not the nicest word, but there is a work going on based on the experience to see how we can take it a step further. So that is point number 1. Point number 2, we have to diversify, and we've been diversifying. The negotiating agenda around EU is very, very broad. You know the long list of traditional FTAs that we've been negotiating and quite successfully finalizing very recently, Mercosur and then Mexico. But I also wanted to tell you that in full understanding that FTAs are heavy agreements, that it takes a long time to negotiate, we decided we have to focus on areas of interest and make, it's not the best word, but to make quick deals where it really matters for us. And the typical example are CRMs, so critical raw materials, all the partnerships we have entered into, all the projects that are related to CRMs, and also all that we do internally. Secondly, we have entered into several digital trade agreements. We are not talking about digital today, but digital is something that is underpinning our relation more and more. And having a network of digital agreements with our partners is extremely important in this context. And we also have specific trade facilitation agreements with those countries that are interested in having trade facilitation support. So we are working very intensively and extensively on diversifying the relations. But I really want to focus on something else, on something that I find the most critical for trying to make a difference in the way we position ourselves and how we can handle China. And this is building our own strength. And this is the focus on internal market and on industrial policies. Well, I'm saying something that I already said some time ago, so a couple of colleagues who are here have heard it, but I think it's important to say it. We are only as strong, or we can project the strengths as much as strong we are internally. And that means that trade and investment measures are extremely important, but they are important only to the extent that we are strong internally, that we know on which industries we want to develop, that we choose them carefully, that we build supply chains where they are necessary, that we compete there where there is space to compete, rather than being behind the curve. So I think there is a long internal market agenda, industrial policy agenda that is being developed. And that is something that longer term will have a potential to put us in a different place. And the last point is exactly the perspective. I believe we have to switch our thinking from short-term to long-term perspective. We should not expect that we'll, first of all, will not change China. China can only change on its own, and they are very well aware about their domestic problems. I'm opening a parenthesis. They are very well aware of their own problems, but they suit them well. They are in a good place, and there is no incentive for them to change. So let's stop counting on China changing, and this happening quickly. It's about us thinking longer term so that we are in a different place in 10 years. It's a difficult exercise to make because you expect measures to fall in place quickly. So there is a work that has to be done now, but I think the longer term way ahead is to anticipate what is coming our way, not now, but in 20 years, and be very consistent. Difficult. So all in all, I think this is the mix of topics or answers that I would like to suggest for the discussion with you, to see what you think of those, to see whether there's something different or else. And hopefully this day or this discussion will help us as policymakers draw some good conclusions. So thank you very much for attention and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joanna, for that very important call for a long-term perspective, even in the midst of a perilous present of technical difficulties and glasses of water falling over. Thank you. Let's return to that at the end of the session. But first, Mario, can I ask you to reflect on, from a broader research perspective, your views on the or your characterization of the EU's policies regarding the rebalancing of the trade relationship with China in this broader geopolitical context?
Thank you so much, Tis, and thank you so much for the organizers for allowing me the opportunity of sharing some thoughts with you today. Well, frankly speaking, it's not an easy spot to be. I mean, speaking after Ambassador Toledo and after Director Szychowska, but okay, I will do my best to try to provide some added value to the discussion. Well, I think that as Tis mentioned, I think it's important to try to put these issues on a wider context, because this is not only about EU-China relations. Actually, I think that Raoul, tried to put some emphasis on that at the beginning in the welcoming words, because we are living in a time in which if the EU wants to be like a first-tier power, if we want to be in a position to be able to defend effectively our security, our well-being, our values, we need to do a lot of homework at home. That was also stressed, before. And I think that we should be aware that we should take advantage, to this turmoil era as a wake-up call, and to try to think also in the long term, because I think that's one of the advantages that China has on us, that they work short, medium, and long term, and really, really long term, and this is much more difficult, for us to do. And when it comes to this, I think that there are like two concepts of two ideas that we definitely would like to put on the table. I know they are controversial, but that's precisely the reason I want to put them on the table. One is like open strategic autonomy, and the other is deeper EU integration. And I know this is not just related with the granularity, of the bilateral trade deficit between the EU and China. Of course, it's more general issues, but I think they are key if we want to be able to act effectively on these issues. Why so? Because even the first part of the title today, this idea of rebalancing, and Joanna mentioned, well, this is a rhetorical question, right? It's a rhetorical question because, of course, if we look at this for the EU country-state perspective, not a single EU member state, right, can have a balanced relationship with China. But can the EU, or can the current EU do that? Maybe on trade you can argue yes, but on many other areas, I would say no, we cannot, because the level of integration we have, prevent us to pull together our resources in a given or a specific path. We don't have the political will to do so, and this is, I know it's a very complicated debate. Now it's very controversial in many member states, more pro-EU or anti-EU, but this is something, that we need to be aware that this is key for the future of the EU, not only vis-a-vis China, but also vis-a-vis the US, vis-a-vis Russia, so I think this is important to keep in mind. When it comes, to this idea of the open strategic autonomy, I think this is also a very, very relevant concept, this is also related with how we deal with China, not how we describe the relationship with China, that was mentioned before, and I think we all agree on that, but also when we look at the economic security strategy, and we look at this idea of protect, promote, and partner, right, with others, in order to be able to have the required capabilities, to defend the interests or the values we've been mentioning the whole day. And I think it's important to look carefully at this. First of all, I think it's very obvious that we have less and less to protect. And this is very sad, but this is true. And you look at the ASPI, we are familiar with the ASPI Critical Technology Tracker, that shows that China has achieved global leadership in 37 of the 44 strategic technologies, that they cover. So, and if you look at the EU leadership, and also the Commission have done a lot of work on that, there are some also very little specific areas we still have, some advantage, but they're being less and less. Also, I think it's important to remember this report, François Schmitt, in MERIX, they published, last year in October, this report analyzing import dependencies, on China. And well, in 2022, the EU relied heavily in 421 product categories, on China. In the year 20 years before, we only relied in 1/3 of that, okay? And actually, 20 years before, China had a much higher reliance on us than we had on China, but nowadays, China only relies in 120 categories, So why I am telling about this, why I'm talking about this, because this is strongly related with something also that Joanna said, and this is the second part, like promoting, you know. But before that, I would like to reflect a little bit more on this idea of protecting. We are in the Netherlands, you know, so we all know that every time we talk about what kind of leverage we may have on China, you know, ASML, right, is always there. But who has the leverage on that? Because, and this is related from my perspective on EU integration, because if I'm not mistaken, and of course a lot of people here is much more qualified than me, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but to the best of my knowledge, restrictions on ASML operations in China were taken first because of the initiative of the US government, was not something that the Dutch government was thinking about doing on its own. So, and again, to the best of my knowledge, this was something that was mainly dealt bilaterally between the US and the Netherlands. So my point is that from the Chinese perspective, who has the leverage? Is the EU? No, it's not the EU. It's the US who is able, you know, to put the pressure on the Netherlands to do so. And I'm putting this example here, but you know, different member states, we can put examples on this, you know. So I think this is also very related with what I mentioned before about deeper EU integration. The idea of promoting, well, and frankly speaking, I think this is shameful for Europe, that, I mean, since 2020, China's research and development intensity is higher than ours. And this is not China's fault, this is our fault. Okay, let's be clear on that. Who are we pointing fingers for that? No, it's our fault, you know? So if we don't get that, I mean, we don't do better on that, how are we going to be able to have the capabilities we need, right? To engage from a more equal standing of footing with countries like China. So there is quite a lot to do there. Well, you want the figures. In 2020, China's research development intensity on GDP was 2.36, EU 2.28, and the gap is getting even bigger after that year. And it's not only about the money. It's not only about the money. I mean, this is very worrisome because also China has a more, not efficient, but effective research and development ecosystem when it comes to translating basic scientific knowledge, you know, and applied science into specific products, you know, and again, whose fault is that, you know? So I think we should really reflect on that. I'm not an expert on these issues, let's be clear, but as a concerned EU citizen, I can tell, you know, that we need much more to do there. And also, when it comes to partnering, and I'm finishing there, you know, I don't want to take longer. Well, it was also mentioned before, I think many good things are being done, you know, in the last few years in the partnering dimension. But again, some of the partnerships maybe, I mean, they have their limitations in what they can provide. For example, we talk a lot about India. We know, well, you know much better than I do, how difficult it's been the negotiation and the level of ambition that is probably expected. And also even India, as many people here knows, they are super dependent on Chinese supply chains. So this is complicated. Or South Korea, you know, when we talk about semiconductors, how much capacity has South Korea, you know, to actually invest in Europe, right? So this is not that easy. And we cannot forget that, we like it or not, the US and China, they provide the kind of funding, the kind of technology in some areas that we really need. So we need to learn how to deal with that. And my reflection on this, and just put in a specific example, you know, like, and well, Noah is here, you know, many of us, you know, we read, you know, his monthly newsletter, you know, on EU-China relations, right? That this issue of Chinese investment in Europe, you know, for example, in electric vehicle batteries, right? This example of this gigafactory, you know, that CATL and Stellantis, and this is important, it's not just CATL, it's also Stellantis, because this is another issue. I mean, European companies, right, are partnering with Chinese companies. In this case, investing in Spain, right? So which kind of tools do have member states to try to have like a good deal regarding these investments? And when I say a good deal, I mean in terms of localization, in terms of data governance. How can we do that? And to the best of my knowledge, we don't have like an EU kind of framework of regulation in order to do that. So maybe it's also a good area in which we could advance more. So 30 seconds, I promise. In conclusion, I think that if, we need to take decisive action, not only short term, but also medium and long term, if we want to have the capacity, as I said before, to defend our security, our welfare, and our values internationally. And of course, China is a significant part of that challenge, but frankly speaking, I think that the biggest part of that challenge is inside our own countries and inside the EU itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mario. And of course, a large part of the within ourselves is the business environment. So, Elena, I won't mince words. Could you please reflect on how this three-pronged strategy towards rebalancing with China is affecting or is being experienced by European business and your members?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for also having the perspective from the business community. And just to say that I think it's very important to have this kind of gatherings where we collectively increase our knowledge and awareness about China, which I think is something very much needed in the EU. So let me start with a short intro on how, from a business perspective, how or what balance means to our companies. It's mainly achieving level playing field and reciprocity. Have the same treatment from China that they have in the EU. We are a very open market so far, but don't take it for granted. If we are not having the same reciprocal treatment in China, something will have to change. But this is not about disengagement. We should still, where possible, continue to benefit from market opportunities in China, while at the same time de-risking, reducing strategic dependencies, and being more transactional and reciprocal where needed. And of course, working on our own competitiveness. Maybe just to repeat again that many companies continue to see China as an important market. And as Joanna said, it's the second world economy, and we cannot simply ignore. It's still a growing market in many areas, and the so-called fitness center for many companies. So they need to be present in China to access the technologies to stay competitive, including in third country markets where they also compete with Chinese companies. At the same time, we see persistent barriers. This was mentioned by Ambassador Toledo. This is on market access that are growing every year. It's on procurement, it's on data localization requirements, standards, etc. And this combined with the industrial overcapacities, or involution as the Chinese call it, is really eroding trust. Many Chinese companies are now outcompeting our companies. We increasingly see sectors that were before very open, let's say very offensive, towards exporting, going to other markets, etc., that are now becoming much more defensive because they see their competitiveness being squeezed vis-a-vis China. This is about the machinery sector, chemicals, wind energy, and others. So I think that the diagnosis is really clear. I think that we all share what's going on. So let me then move and break down a little bit how we see, or certain ideas on how we see that that we can try to make the relationship a bit more balanced. I think that we need to move into two tracks: what we need to do in Europe at home, and what we need to do vis-a-vis China. So at home, Joanna already mentioned that, and Ambassador Toledo, I think Mario as well. It's very important to boost our competitiveness. The diagnosis is clear. I think this is very much now recognized in Brussels. We have the Draghi report, etc. And clearly, we are losing ground vis-à-vis China and the US on growth, on productivity gap, as well as on technology leadership. So we need to clearly deepen our single market. I mean, if Chinese companies have the advantage they have had is the massive subsidies they have received, but also the massive scale they have in the Chinese market. And these many European companies cannot achieve because of the fragmentations that we have inside Europe. We also need to ensure affordable energy for our companies, reduce the regulatory burden through better implementation of our legislation and simplification. Just to say that making Europe stronger, it's also building our own leverage. We need to also diversify our trade and investment ties, perhaps also taking advantage that the US is becoming less reliable, is retreating, and China is also less trusted, also because of all the overcapacities they have. We also should take this opportunity to reach out to many countries around the world and find all kinds of partnerships we can. I think that Joanna mentioned already on digital, on raw materials, trade facilitations, and FTAs as well. I think it's very good news that we concluded with Indonesia. Mercosur hopefully will soon be signed as well, and we are making progress with other ASEAN partners. With India, a bit more difficult, but still negotiating, and of course also with African countries through the Global Gateway, etc. We need to continue to de-risk. And this is about the economic security strategy with a targeted and evidence-based approach. So really identify the set of critical technologies and also provide guidance to companies and support to diversify. So now let me move to what we need to improve vis-a-vis China. We need to indeed continue to try to engage with the Chinese, try to make them understand that they need to tackle the induced overcapacities and improve market access. I know that sometimes this feels like talking to a wall, because we have been repeating these things for a long time, but really conveying to the Chinese that we need to keep a certain industrial base in Europe, that this is not about siding with the US, it's really about protecting our industry. And we are not the only ones, because many other countries around the world are also erecting barriers against China. It's about Indonesia and Brazil filing, and many other emerging economies and developing countries putting tariffs against EVs and other goods as well. And also China needs to understand that it's also generating a lot of waste, that is also not great for its own economy. I think we also need to continue to convey to China the threat of Russia. This is not a peripheral issue that we can compartmentalize the relationship, and Russia is something that we have on the side. From the business community, no, because companies don't operate in a vacuum. They must comply with sanctions, due diligence. They face real legal and reputational risks if they are caught into or being caught into circumventing, perhaps not intentionally, some of the sanctions. But now, if China does not really change trajectory, this is the dilemma that we have. I think that we need to continue to use the full toolbox that we have at our disposal. This is about the classic trade defense instrument, as much as also what we call the newer type of instruments. It's about foreign subsidies regulation, the international procurement instrument, etc. But questions are, arising on, are these tools enough to respond to the challenge? Can we act swiftly when evidence is clear? Should we find ways to streamline procedures and make our tools more agile? I think that there is a reflection going on in Brussels on whether we need to become faster and quicker in reacting to these challenges. The problem, of course, is that this will also trigger retaliation from China, and we need to be ready to stand up for that and assume also the consequences. I think it's very important also that we speak with one voice and be firm and clear and united. And I think that Mario also mentioned EU integration. I think we are not the United States of Europe. We are 27 member states with different interests, and we should work on that basis, but really conveying to our politicians that what gives us leverage is unity in Europe. We also need to be much more transactional with China where needed. Of course, it was mentioned by Ambassador Toledo, the barriers, the position papers of the UCC are getting longer and longer, more than 1,000 barriers, but perhaps, we need to go to China with what are our core interests and our red lines, instead of coming with a long list of requests, at least from the government side. And for that, of course, we need to define a long-term strategy, not just reacting. Now I see that EVs are, EV imports into the EU are soaring, and now I react with a TDI case. I think that we need really a long-term strategy where we define our core red lines and interest with China, perhaps, linking our market openings from our side on certain areas where we see reciprocal openings on China's side. And I think that the IPI case on medical devices is a good example. Because I think that the language that China understands is, the language of power, and being much more transactional. And finally, let me conclude by saying that we also need to approach technology and investment into Europe. We need to start thinking about this and about certain conditions for these investments. We should recognize that in some fields, Chinese competitors are ahead, and we need now certain technology from China. So when they invest in Europe, we need to create the conditions and the framework so that those investments are also beneficial for us. It's about transfer of technology, it's about setting up research and development centers in the EU so that we can also learn from them and benefit from those investments, because China is clearly shifting, their investments into the EU are clearly shifting from acquiring companies to new greenfield investments into the EU, building factories, etc. I think I leave it here. I'm happy to continue with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. Given the time, I'll open up to Q&A now. My colleague Ellen will run around with the mic. Let's collect 2 or 3 questions, and I would like to open with one for all our panelists. All of you have really touched on the importance of long-term thinking. And could you give us, when we start answering, just a hint of what that 5 to 10 year contour or horizon of either a more balanced strategy or a more balanced relationship or a more developed strategy on trade with China is. Could you give us a sense of that horizon, maybe even the contours of it? And Ellen, please, I saw a question here at the front.
Thank you. This is Finbar Birmingham from South China Morning Post. It's a question for Joanna about today's announcement from Beijing about rare earths. This is obviously something that's been getting worse, as Ambassador Toledo says. There's been, as I can understand, no improvement since there was a monitoring or alert system established at the EU-China summit. So just when you see this news this morning, picking up on what Elena said about speaking the language of power from the business sector, I mean, what can the EU do? You have obviously got certain tools in the armory that haven't been used. Is this considered to be coercive behaviour, and what are the Europeans' options? Thank you.
Thank you, Finbar. And here there was another, Ellen, a question here from Marije. Oh, so yeah. Apologies.
Yes, I also have a question. I have a question for Elena. You just mentioned that China should investment of China should come with technology transfers and R&D. This is like a total change around from the world as we knew it. European companies have been balking at Chinese requirements for technology transfers, of course, throughout the decades. How can the EU organize that without causing a similar feeling of discomfort with Chinese companies if they have to transfer their technology to us now?
And maybe one final question here from the gentleman right next to you. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Marcel van der Boogaard from the Ministry of Justice and Security of the Netherlands. I heard many people say that the Chinese apparently don't get the existential threat that Russia poses to us, but do we really understand the existential threat that the collapse of Russia might pose to China? And secondly, it's nice to talk about the long-term perspective, but also because of the war in Ukraine, we are bleeding right now. In 10 years, there might not be the car industry in Germany anymore. And I didn't hear anybody speak about the fact that the Chinese renminbi is still not fully a free currency. So two things there, like do we really understand the Chinese perspective on the essential threat collapse of Russia faces, and how to deal with the renminbi?
Thank you. Let's maybe, given the time, keep it at this for now and continue the discussion later, of course, during lunch and coffee. Joanna, can I give you the floor first?
Sure, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the questions. All of them are very difficult and not easy to think about what would be the right answer and even less so the solution. But maybe starting with Finbar, I would say it's more of the same bad news. I don't think this is something that is making us fundamentally change or react ad hoc. We have to first of all understand what it is. We had some basic understanding of what is the gist of the proposal and how it's going to work, but let's see what exactly it implies. I'm saying that because you used the word coercion. Coercion, acting in a way that is disruptive for your partner doesn't always have to be a coercion. So whether this is coercion or not, that would have to be established. And for that reason, you have to understand what exactly has been proposed by the Chinese government. But that is only one element of your question. The other one is, I don't think this per se changes what we intended to do and what we have been doing for the past several months. So yes, there is an upcoming export controls dialogue that has been upgraded at a summit, which is an opportunity to bring it to the attention of those who are responsible in Beijing. Now, will it change, or will it change the tack to the extent that will be satisfactory? It's a very hard question. So it is to say that we are very worried. This is part of this very aggressive standing, and I would call them retaliatory reactions. But I don't think per se this changes what we think we should be doing, including in this area. But this is a question to follow, and happy to talk as things become more clear. On what should happen in 5 to 10 years, well, I think we should not be talking about abstract goals, having better access to the market or having less barriers. Yes, all this, not have trade weaponized. I think what the core should be, what is it that we want? Meaning we have to be very clear about what is our interest. We have to, I think, and I will answer the question of the gentleman from the Dutch administration in a moment. We have to understand what is it that will matter for us in terms of industrial development as compared to defending in a justified manner industries that are critical for today. I think we have to think about this potential that for now is not controversial, is not causing problems as many of the sectors where we are competing. I think this is what is lacking. So I will not give you the answer what should change in 5 to 10 years. I think the priority should be thinking where do you want to be strong and not doubling down on the same that didn't necessarily yield results. And I think this is the type of thinking that is not yet fully developed. And that takes me to the last question. It's not about having a perspective or a long-term plan without thinking what you do today. I think we are doing a lot about what's happening today. There may be a different question. Is it sufficient? Is it enough? I think that's a very fair question. But it's not that anyone wouldn't want to ask this question. It's about what is your capacity to act, even if you want it. So I don't think we are sitting idle. I think that would be a very wrong characterization. I think we are acting exactly where the problems of today are. What we have to think is this enough? Do we have the right tools? And I really have to say that I'm by no means defensive, and I'm happy to answer any questions or comments you might have. You are talking to the European Commission, but the decisions are made ultimately by the member states. And as you heard it today, the unity, let's maybe not exaggerate unity, the common thinking among member states about what is the scale of the problem is not there. Let's be very, very clear. So maybe we can do more, and maybe we should do more in order to sensitize the member states around specific problems, not in an abstract manner. In abstract manner, no one will react. So yes, there is a need to think about where it hurts and then act together. But just get the puzzle right. The decisions are in the hands of the member states on a number of topics that we discussed today. And that is a very, very, very big dilemma and something that we have to work on as well. So I know this is not a satisfactory answer probably to any of those questions, but it is my best try.
Thank you very much. Elena, would you like to come in?
Yeah, let me maybe start with a question on investment, and here comes again the question of integration of we are 27 member states, etc., because it's largely a member state competence. So that's the problem, that the Commission can try to harmonize, for example, through the investment screening regulation, and now this legislation is in trialogues. But of course, ultimately, the decision is up to the member state whether to accept those investments or not. There are initiatives now on whether to add conditionalities also when EU money is involved, etc. So maybe on that, at least we can work on that. But yeah, I mean, ideally, this. We should do this in an intelligent way, and I think that this is the language that the Chinese understand, because actually they did this many years ago to touch conditions. They learned from us, not only by spying, but also by, stealing our IP, etc., but also by learning manufacturing processes, etc. So I think that they actually understand this kind of language of reciprocity, etc. But yeah, we have the problem in Europe that this is largely a member state competence. But perhaps even if we don't do it in a manner that through regulations, etc. We can also sensitize member states, put there certain guidelines at least, so that we are all on the same page. And then when it comes to the long-term strategy, etc., I think that there will be a panel at the end of the day. No, but I mean, it's. I think that at least in the next couple of years, I'm afraid that we will be heading for much more confrontation, because China continues with the same trajectory, and we need to defend the market, and we will have to launch much more TDI cases, etc. So I'm afraid that unless China changes, this will, at least on the short term. And then just to say that I fully agree with Joanna, and I said it in my introductory remarks, that we need to seriously have a more long-term strategy. We have the Draghi report, for example. We can draw some lessons from there, and get our act together.
Mario, maybe some very short words,
No worries.
final words of wisdom?
No worries, very quickly. First on the Russia thing, that it wasn't mentioned. Well, I think that we also fail to understand how Chinese leadership looks at the situation, with Russia. It's reciprocal, the lack of understanding here, because for CCP authorities, it's also a matter of national security, because for them, like a pro-Western regime in Russia would be a very significant threat for the continuity of the Chinese Communist Party's regime. And they really look at the situation in Russia also from that perspective. And this is something we should keep in mind. And when it comes to the sorry, it's not my field, but I cannot refrain to say this. When it comes to technology transfer, right? I think, frankly speaking, that the fact that we could, that the liberal view on this, was hegemonic for a long time, was not because this is the view that most people have in this world. Frankly speaking, I think that most of the global south, for them, is very natural that you can link, investment with technology transfer. It was us, who have a different perspective on that. Of course, we fight for that when we were in the winning side of this, but now we are on the losing side, and frankly speaking, if we change tune, I don't think that many people abroad is going to to point fingers on us for that.
Thank you, Mario, and thank you all for your wonderful contributions. Please, a final clap of hands for our esteemed panel. Given the time, I'll refrain from making concluding remarks, only to say that we now have our first set of breakout sessions. For the China-EU narrative session, we'll stay right here. For the clean tech and the energy transition session, we'll move out to the breakout room, which you will find outside. And please make your way there with a cup of coffee, and let's start and continue the discussions. Thank you.
jij bent vaak geen leider, dus wij moeten dan zo'n biertje drinken. Oh, oh, nou. Dat kan je heel goed voorstellen. Ja, ik blijf het zeggen, als je iemand nodig hebt, ik heb intussen bijna een promovent. Dus als je iemand nodig hebt bijvoorbeeld voor in je jury, die met een welwillend en constructief oog naar de inhoud kan kijken. Dus ik vraag aan mijn promovent ook altijd, als je ideeën hebt, zeker, kijk, externe leden die vind je makkelijk genoeg, maar interne leden, en goed, ze moeten aan een bepaald aantal criteria voldoen en ik ben geen hoogleraar. Ik ben hier tot 3:30 en daarna moet ik met Defensie slag. Ik ga Defensie lobbyen voor een herstel van mijn China engagement financiering. Want BZ heeft alles, ook als cyber, mijn vraag, als ik die had kunnen stellen, ging over kennis, competentie, opbouw en kapitaaldestructie. Ja. Ik bedoel, die Toledo, hoe lang zit hij nu op China?
Sinds 2022.
Ja, we weten geen fuck en we zijn er nog trots op ook.
Ja. Dat was een goede vraag. Sterker nog, dat is een hele goede vraag voor, ook voor de sessie, de volgende sessie. Dus
de narratives?
Nee, over China kennis.
Nou, daar zit Vincent in, en Vincent is mijn PhD.
Ja, precies.
Dus, maar
niet eens laat elkaar nog laten zien.
Ja, moet jij dat slaan?
Ja, ik moet even kijken of mijn pen is kan Bunskoek.
Ja, ik moet net zo'n ver met je heel erg in zo'n hels.
Oh, sorry. Ik heb niet iemand voor. Wij moeten nog doen. Oh, sorry. Dat had ik niet gezien. Sorry.
Hey, heel zeker. Hallo. Hey. Zo, dit is weer een plenaire inderdaad, ja. Even kijken hoor.
Ik weet niet of
waar zijn de dames?
Hier koffie in hoor, sorry, dat is een beetje onhandig.
Ja, we weten Marco.
Hallo?
Yes. I think we can just sit here. It's probably better.
Gewoon niet met erheen. Dan gewoon roepen, als gewoon zelf weer antwoorden, dan mag het een beetje uitdelen. Het is gewoon een beetje... ja, voor ons eigenlijk best wel goed. Net zei dus. Graag, maar zit daar niet in.
Nee, ik ga gewoon een beetje daar zo aan het werken. Hallo, hallo.
That's smart. You have like a pattern you may know.
Exactly. And it's European company as well for this.
Oh, thank you. Hallo? Ja, hij doet het. Fijn. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope the lunch was to your satisfaction. And now we are going to start the post-lunch session about this theme, how to strengthen European China knowledge. Yes, so that's quite a large question. I'm sure you'll hear different points being stressed on how to get there. There's an important central theme will be the coordination of the knowledge, but also knowledge gaps and knowledge needs. I will quickly introduce the speakers that are on stage. This is Mark Moquet, sitting there on the left, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is the Special Envoy for Knowledge on China and the great helmsman, I would almost say, of the China Knowledge Network, and also the initiator, together with a few others, of the ECKN, about which he will talk some more in a minute. Then next to him is Raoul Bunskoek, Raoul holds a PhD in political science and international relations that he obtained in Taiwan. That's the bit that's not here on this slide. Neither is the fact that Miriam used to also work at the embassy in Beijing and Tokyo, I believe. And Greg Stetz, what's not on here is that I read he was also the relationship manager for the Baltic Opera from Gdansk when they were visiting Tianjin. So a little bit of information. I myself, I'm Floris Harm. I'm the executive director of the Leiden Asia Center. So yes, the theme we will talk about in a minute. But before we do that, and this will be a panel discussion which hopefully will get a lot of interaction with the room. And to get you guys going, we've designed something which is called the Big China Knowledge Quiz. I need to pay respect where respect is due. This is actually originally an initiative. I'm not sure whether he is in the room, but Fred Sengers and Ed Sander, they designed this quiz. It's a pub quiz. So the rules are fairly simple. In this case, not generally with this the way they organize it, but the way that I've organized it, it's a little quiz. Whoever shouts the answer first wins a prize. So speed is of the essence, and a loud voice helps, I would say. And the prizes will be handed out by the two, by Anushka and Carlijn in the back of the room. So they're all the way over there. So if you're here, please shout loudly. First question is a little bit of to get in the mood. What Chinese company is this logo from? Louder, yeah? Okay, it's BYD. Very good. Build your dreams. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so there were no prizes for this one because this was the one to get in the mood. But next question. So now this is where it counts. Any takers? Yes, very good. Yeah, the only... Sorry? June 1953. Well, pretty good. The year is and the day. Did you say 15th? I couldn't hear. But anyway, 1953, 15th of June. That's when he was born. So congratulations, please. Dr. Chen gets a prize, and the prize. Just so you know, the prize is a fortune cookie, and you will all get a fortune cookie if you guess the right answer. So next one, please. What does the color red symbolize of the Chinese flag? Loudly, please. Yes? I'm sure there are a lot of versions of the truth in this case, but what I heard is that it symbolizes the Chinese Revolution. But I think Ms. Xiao deserves a prize for at least trying. Yes, well done. Okay, so for a bonus question, the largest star stands for the CCP. Does anybody know what the 4 smaller stars stand for? Yep. Yep. Yeah, yeah, exactly. 4 classes: the workers, the peasants, the urban petty bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie. Now, well done. Next one. This logo is of which company? Over there. Aldo, Spanjaards. Well done. Okay, so again, speed is of the essence, and a loud voice helps. Because I think there were lots of people who shouted the answer. Yeah, so that's Neo. Next question. Quick. A. Who was this? You. Yeah, well done. It's electronics. Okay. Yep. Which country has the largest ethnic Chinese population? No. Yes. Who was that? Well done. 600,000 last time they counted, apparently. Next question. Which city is host to the oldest Chinatown of Europe? Well, I think I heard Liverpool. Well done. Jeff. in the 1860s. In fact, the first Chinese that came to Amsterdam, which was in 1911, were contracted in Liverpool to break a strike by the dockyard workers, I believe, in Amsterdam. So there you go. So who's this guy? He's very famous. A rapper. Whoa, yeah. Lao Lang, very good. Yeah, that's his Chinese name. Do you know his let's say, Western or English name? Sky is your God. Sky is your God. Okay, Xiao Xue and Sense. Sky is your God is the Chinese name, or the Western name, and Lan Lao is the Chinese name. Next one. What does that mean? 他是 YYDS. Yeah, in the back. 永远的神, heel goed. And what does that mean? 永远的神. The goat, I heard the goat somewhere. Yeah, very good. Who does not know what the goat means? They will not get a cookie. Carlijn, here at the front. Chaya Franco here. The next one, Warling. What does this mean? Whiny, very good. Who said that? Yeah, okay. Another one. See, he can open a store in a minute. Goed zo. I love you, yes. Because Warling, for those who don't speak Chinese, sounds a bit like whiny. And incidentally, 20th of May is also China's, let's say, unofficial Valentine's Day. Okay, so this you already heard today, I think, if you have been paying attention to the ambassador. Yes, very good. It was in 2024 or 2022 it was 400 billion, but now it's 300 billion. And as a little extra bit of information, I also read that the total trade between China and the EU in 2000 was 100 million. So things have changed. So without further ado, thanks for playing. No more prizes for now. You can get your fortune cookie if you like in the back. But now I'd like to give the floor to Mark Moquet, who will introduce the Dutch approach to strengthening China's knowledge.
Thanks.
Or knowledge on China, sorry.
Thanks, Floris. And I'm sorry I have no prizes, but I'll try to be just as brief as the last exercise we had. So congratulations to all the winners. My name is Mark Moquet. I'm not a China scholar. I work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm more like an administrator. I want to make 5 points by way of introducing where we're going with the panel. In order of appearance, a few points on politics, a few points on knowledge per se, a few points on complexity. Those 3 will be the introduction, and then I'll arrive at the beef of the China Knowledge Network and the plans to develop that with our friends into an European China Knowledge Network. On politics, I just want to remark, first I want to welcome you to Holland, and I want to remark that we are living in a very special time in the Netherlands. We write history. It is the first time in our parliamentary history that we have a government that is a caretaker government and subsequently arrives at splitting up again. And so you can't fall 2 times technically, but this is what happened in the Netherlands. We're just one of 27 member states of the European Union. By the way, if you speak a little bit French, you know, this is an historic opportunity if you want to become prime minister in France, because it's really the best time ever to try that. And, you know, it's a bit jokingly, but that sets the scene for the political situation that we find ourselves in Europe. And I think it's important to remember that. We had in the previous sessions some allusions to the importance of thinking about ourselves and being aware of ourselves and how do we organize ourselves. And we have a tendency to forget that when we talk about China or some other countries for that matter. And it's a challenge for people working in the government that try to organize knowledge production, because knowledge in the classical setting is supposed to deliver answers to questions that live in the bureaucracy. And these questions are, of course, they arrive from political agendas. And then it's not very helpful if your government falls And it's also not very helpful, that's another tenet of our growth in democracy in Europe now, that we are facing, in 2 weeks from now, elections in the Netherlands to help a new government form a cabinet, and that we have 6 newcomers on the scene. And so that now 27 parties are contending for parliamentary representation. You can divide that through 150, and then you have an idea of the amount of parties needed to form a coalition. That's one part of the political situation we are in and that we should be aware of. A second part is more at the global level, that we have been moving, and I don't have to dwell on it, from a situation where we had an international rules-based order that is not dead yet, but it's rapidly changing. And we need something that is not yet born, like an alternative, a control mode B. At a planetary level, if you think about the relationship between China, Europe, and many other states, this is where we have to go. And we are well aware that now we live in a very transactional time, and we seek to survive because we have a dwindling industry capacity. We have lots of challenges in Europe. We changed our energy dependence from east to west. So this is quite a challenge. And that means that where we are now is really complex. We live actually in a time of more of a three-body problem, which is notoriously unstable, quirky, and can take many shapes. And in such a situation, it's not helpful, it's not good enough to really know the other body. You have to know the total of the situation. So we need more focus on China, and desperately need more knowledge on China, and put that knowledge center stage in the Dutch bureaucracy. And we have to combine that knowledge with other sources of knowledge to make the policies to actually find a way in order to relate to China, which is not just by analyzing China that we can determine that. Now, a few words on knowledge. Experts are important, and experts fail. We had in our own political history recently 2 crises in the national politics, one on the Groningen gas closure, and one on the social benefits crisis. And both involved expertise that was used by the bureaucracy and guided by political programs where we failed to deliver. I'm not going to dwell, you can look it up, but a lot of people ended up in a dire situation because of this. And the experience got into our awareness as civil servants, as diplomats. So we have a college of secretaries general. We have 12 ministries in the Netherlands. And they decided, because of that experience, that it was necessary to test how knowledge collaboration functioned in the Dutch government. And they were advised by a group of very senior former directors general and secretaries general. So it's an internal consultancy, but the report is public. In Dutch, it's kennisrijk samenwerken. In English, I don't know the translation. I don't even know if it's translated. But they called, because of that report, for change. They noted that the landscape of knowledge collaboration government-wide was too fragmented. And you can't avoid fragments, but these fragments need to communicate if you want to arrive at a good policy. And the second point was, because of this fragmentation and the fact that these separate dots of knowledge that we have in the government, because they are not communicating, we were not able to actually sketch complex problems. And we know that we stand before a lot of complex problems, and the only way to deal with that is to find new ways and experiment with that. I'm quoting from the report, to find new ways of intergovernmental, interdepartmental knowledge approaches. That brings me to the third point, complexity. Complexity, in essence, is the difference between an airplane and a bird. An airplane, you know all the elements. You can take it, take out any element of it, replace it, put it back, and the airplane functions. An airplane is complicated. A bird is complex. Try to do the same with a mechanical mind and intervene in life, and the bird won't fly. You can't do it. This is, of course, a very brief introduction to complexity, and it has two consequences. The first is at the policy level, that if you have complex challenges to tackle, policies cannot solve solutions, but they should organize themselves in order to focus on prevention, in order to focus on a more principled approach. This is precisely what we do not do in relation to China or in relation to Europe. We are becoming more transactional. But if the situation is complex that we're in with China, with the United States, with what Europe has to do for itself, with the so-called Global South, we are in need of another approach, at least in addition to what we do. And the second implication of complexity is not for politics or policies, it is more for knowledge. And that's important before we arrive at explaining what the CKN is doing. That implication is that in complexity, nobody has the final word. That's a tough cookie if you're an expert, but it's also a tough cookie if you're a politician. And what do you do to counter that? You need to collaborate, to try to connect different perspectives on a given problem. And you have to be serious about what that tells you what your options are. There's a degree of knowledge, honesty involved. That is more than just doing whatever your knowledge field is and following the methodology that is well established. You need to communicate between these different knowledge approaches. And on the other side, you have to collect stories, perspectives and stories that have a different background from people with lived experience, like the bird I mentioned that you can't take apart. And you have to be able to be quiet and listening to them. Sounds a bit wacky, I know, but it's important. If you see the philosophy of knowledge literature, if you see the complexity literature, these are the two themes that come. For policymakers, try to be more preventative. Don't try to solve stuff, which is difficult if you want to be elected. And for people who have knowledge, for scientists, be communal in your approach, which is a step further than just interdisciplinary. So complexity tells us a lot that you have to go to a different type of analysis, which in short needs to be more relational. You cannot look at China under terms of complexity and see it as an object and then try to analyze that out. You have to look at the relationship, meaning, which is very difficult, you have to bring yourself in the equation and see the dynamics. One last point about complexity is also that we live in this hybrid world. If there is no last word, then it's very difficult to separate a strategic opportunity from a strategic threat. Of course, at a certain level, we very well know the difference. But where it really counts is that we should have balance in looking at hybrid threats and hybrid opportunities. And that's a question we ask ourselves as civil servants. Is this balance right in the relationship we have with China right now? So these couple of remarks on politics and on knowledge and on complexity serve to introduce the China Knowledge Network. This was the background against which, in the Dutch civil service experience, CKN came about. And that was in 2019, the same time that the Commission had its policy outlook on China. The Dutch, always very open in their political process, they also wanted to have a note, and we published it in 2019. And in 2021, a tender was issued. This was won by Clingendael, Raoul Bunskoek is sitting here, together with a Leiden Asia Center that is run by Floris Harm. And I think the triumvirate that is sitting here on the podium runs this China Knowledge Network since. Our mandate is about knowledge and about awareness building. We develop knowledge for policy processes because government departments want to know something and we have to bring up answers. But the other half of our mandate is equally important. It is about being aware of the situation we're in with China. I will not dwell on it, but we do a lot of stuff on both sides of the fence. We have some 40 reports on our website. We have many video conversations on our website. The latter relate to the awareness building, the former to the political process. We also take a unique networked approach. We are not a sophisticated 50 or 100 people analysis machine. Some member states prefer that option. Not that it's actually alive anywhere, but some member states prefer to have an institute that focuses on that. We have a network approach, and we're very light at heart, the three of us and our teams, and we try to connect all of the government ministries, so all 12 ministries that we have, with some 220 China experts that are Dutch-based, and we give the experts the opportunity to respond to the knowledge questions that come from the departments every year. We also do masterclasses, boardroom sessions, the stuff that you would expect any self-respecting China Knowledge Network to do. Another part of our mandate, besides this separation between knowledge and awareness, is the long-term focus and the all-of-government focus. The way we put this into practice is that we only sign off research demands that come from different ministries. If a ministry wants to go it alone, they can, but not through our core process. So we really want to shape this network in core government knowledge building. And the last tenet, I think, which is one of our, I think, unique selling points, is that also our management and the way we work is quite hybrid. So we work, obviously, in a legal ballpark that is defined by the tender, but the way we operate in practice is quite creative, let's put it this way. We can discuss details maybe a bit later on. We do not find these things for ourselves. We follow advice that we get from, for example, the most august government advisory body, the Dutch Scientific Council on Government Policy, that mentions our work and that supports it. Raoul will talk about that a little later on. And we also follow the advice by the Council of Secretaries General. Now, of course, any bureaucrat knows that the difference between a Secretary General and the Director General is that the Director General has to protect the minister's position and has to see to it that the minister is facing the next week and survives this in Parliament and in the political process. That's a different type of steering operation from a Secretary General who is responsible for the organization and the integration and for the strategy. And so we have a field of tension wherein we operate within the government, where we have these two poles. And I think they are mirror images of what we can see with our Brussels colleagues. And that brings me to the ECKN, the European China Knowledge Network. Together with MERICS and the NKK, 2 years ago, we launched the idea to collaborate and to build upon the differences that we have. CKN is not like MERICS, nor like the NKK. We are different entities, but we are the 3 member states that have a central China knowledge organization and has set up something to that effect. Others have it more spread out. So we decided to find the unity in the different approaches that we have. I'm not talking about the other 2, I just explained our own approach. And we started this year organizing some 8 seminars, 4 we've had already, 4 are still following, and we are present in Brussels now. We're also more present in Brussels conversations, and if I can echo the remarks that were made by Joanna from DG Trade in the previous plenary panel, we very much seek the integration of a strategic conversation among both Commission and Member States, and Council Secretariat, and Parliament. That's really our aim. That's what we also bring that we hope will add something to what exists, because there are many projects in Brussels. ReConnect is one of the projects that is supported from the Commission. There are many more, but they come and go, and they have a tendency of being very vertical. There is a DG who sponsors you, who wants something, and this is being set up. It works, but what counts is the communication between those initiatives, and we hope to be able to make a contribution to that by the way we operate in practice. And with those words, I would just like to say that for me, the whole essence of going to Brussels is to try to bring an appreciation of the complexity of the situation that we have, and that has to come into the culture of developing knowledge in Brussels, and I hope ECKN can make a contribution to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Next up is Raoul Bunskoek, who is already getting ready to get going. Very good.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Mark and Floris, and everybody who is here. I'll just add a few small points on awareness and worldviews afterwards, right now. So, and in doing so, I want to reflect a little bit about some things that I've heard already during this conference. So, well, I found one of the comments after the first panel was very interesting by the Minister of State Security of the Netherlands, by Marcel, sitting right there. Saying that, well, for Russia, for China, Russia becoming more pro-Western or disintegrating is also an existential threat. The same counts for the Ukraine-Russia war being an existential threat for Europe. But there's insufficient awareness, in a way, of that these threats are existential in their own ways for these two countries. I think that is one of the things that we have been realizing a lot during the work that we've been doing with the China Knowledge Network, that there is this misunderstanding, or actually in the dialogues between European policymakers and Chinese counterparts, that both sides tend to hold their own stories about what is an existential threat, what is the biggest problem, and are quite unwilling to listen to what is existential and for what reasons for the other party. This counts for both sides. And that is something that we see as quite a big problem. And then it's kind of an impasse or a deadlock that needs to be overcome in order to work towards more sustainable relations in a way. So yeah, this also means, as Mark already said, that, and as I spoke about in the introduction, that it's important for both the EU and China to look in the mirror as well, to assess how our actions are perceived when viewed by others. But this means that we need to focus on understanding alternative worldviews, and that is where there's a knowledge gap. This is not a knowledge gap that I just identify here. It's also a knowledge gap that has been identified by, for instance, the Netherlands Scientific Council for Government Policy, or the WRR, who brought out a report in September 2024 that's called The Netherlands in a Fragmenting World Order. They also said, we really need to look at worldviews, keep them into mind and in our relations. Also, another even more recent report from September 2025 by the Advisory Council of International Affairs in the Netherlands, which talks about Europe and its relationships with the Global South, similarly underscores this pertinent need to understand worldviews, to build up relations with countries all over the world. So it's not just a Europe-China thing. It's much broader than that. If we really want to diversify, for instance, we also need to do much more on understanding these worldviews of Global South countries too, and what their exact needs are, how they perceive the world, in order to actually build these constructive relationships. So this is something that we've been working on a lot in order to avoid these official dialogues to become too much like dialogues of the deaf. Well, actually, they have already become this. We need to now move beyond this. Well, one of the ways in which we've been trying to avoid this is through providing these China masterclasses for government officials within the Netherlands on China. So, and there we used to have one that takes 2 days, but we see there's such a high demand. We used to have one masterclass a year, and now there was such a long list of people who were interested that now we have 2 masterclasses. And this is also something that we could perhaps bring to Brussels as well. But one of the things we do there is that we do not just talk about China, we also talk with Chinese interlocutors. So whether that is companies, putting companies together, ASML, Huawei, or whether that is having conversations with, for instance, the Chinese ambassador, who we actually had in the Chinese ambassador Tan, we had in the China Masterclass as well. And facilitating this conversation between government officials from all different ministries, and then also discussing the assumptions where we are coming from in putting forward certain ways of viewing the world is very helpful. It turns out to be very helpful in enhancing understanding and perhaps leading to a way out of this deadlock. This needs us. This really underscores the need for us to invest in this knowledge production on China, on the global South more general, and it's also in line with. So I just spoke about how we can do this in practice, but we can also. It is also very much in line with the most pioneering research in the field of international relations, for instance, where there is a big focus on not seeing the world as, or not using universalistic theories to explain the world, but more going towards pluriversalist ways of seeing the world. And that is also, again, reflecting these different worldviews coming from countries. It is something that seems, for us and to me, the future of where we should be heading to. That requires us a deeper understanding of epistemologies as well, or ways in which, of how we see the world, but I won't delve deeper into this right now. But I want to give the floor to our other speakers as well, but we can engage more with this in a discussion. So thanks a lot, everyone. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna now come up here and I'm going to ask you to stand, all of you. Because I want to just ask you a couple of questions before I move to the room and wake you up from your post-lunch slumber. Miriam, so of the Swedish National China Center, what does your center do to enhance the collaboration between academics, government workers, etc.?
Yes, thank you. So we work a lot with subnational stakeholders. We work a lot with businesses. And
that's okay. I'm taking control of the microphone. Yeah.
We were going to sing a duet or something, Flores. So we do a lot of workshops, for example, with businesses on how they can de-risk from China, for example. We also work a lot with universities on research security with China. And I feel, from our center's view, these actors, they need to know about what China is doing, what does China want, the million-dollar question, but they also want our advice on how should we act as...
And if I may interrupt you quickly, because that's the style we're going to do this, how impressed are you with the level of knowledge of people that you speak to?
I think it really depends.
Where's the knowledge lacking?
The knowledge is mostly lacking on how exactly things work in China. Maybe someone has been to China a lot and have seen parts of it. For example, as an academic visiting China, you know for sure a lot about that context, but maybe you don't know how the party-state apparatus works, for example.
Right. Okay. Greg, you're with Merckx, but based in Brussels. What's it like over there, trying to convince people in Brussels of the let's say the need for more China knowledge?
I mean, I don't think we need to convince colleagues in Brussels that there is a need. It's more about how do we organize the things and prioritize the topics to work on. And one of the big challenges that we're always trying to tackle is that in the end of the day, and that's something that Mark talked about earlier, is the question of silos that you see in the governments and the discussions between different DGs. Very often we're trying to act one as a connector and trying to not only connect the topics that are most relevant and try to paint the bigger picture and help colleagues work with that, to connect the different institutions that are already working within the system, but also to provide the space to actually think together about more long-term, because what colleagues in the institutions are very often grappling with is just running behind the thing that is right now the most pressing and most urgent.
During the break, I'm curious whether anybody of you likes to comment on that. And before I go to the room, during the break, I heard somebody say it's as if we're all sort of admiring the problem, but no, there's hardly any solutions. Mark, please.
Well, I think we can admire a problem and not offer solutions. I think that's the same as realizing that it's complex and that with solutions from your end, you won't get there. You have to get these different perspectives together and hammer out something more principled.
So it's more complicated than just offering one stop solution. I mean, what is there? So how to approach it then? I mean,
I think, well, the first step of any viable approach would be in policy making and politically to realize that you cannot just optimize your own position in that game, but you have to find a more principled approach. We just go around in circles. Right. And the challenge is, of course, what we heard this morning in the other plenary panel was also, it was flagged that this whole discussion, the strategic discussion between member states and Commission has lacks. There are big gaps in there, and we have to stopgap these open places with an intelligent approach. And the creatives among us will win, because lots of geopolitical discussions is still in Darwinian biology, that's 19th century junk. We know scientifically it's not correct that the fittest survives. It's the most adaptable, those who adapt best. And you only can do that collectively.
Right. And so, Raoul, I heard you say we need more perspectives. We need to be more aware of the way that people on the other side of the globe, let's say, think. If you would have to answer the question, which is central, like how to strengthen the China knowledge, what would be the first step?
What would be the first step? Well, we need to build up capacity, right? Capabilities. So what you see right now in our education of government officials is that very often when you encounter a government official who has more China expertise, this person has been in this position for about 3-4 years, but then often is put into a different position afterwards, which means knowledge goes back to zero again, and you have to train the new generation of government officials. And that is leading to China knowledge that's constantly being reproduced again and retrained from the start, whereas actually what you want is you want to have much longer term understandings of China. You want to continuously monitor certain developments about China and also have the people who follow in this track as well, because as the second largest economy of the world, we cannot not imagine a future with China. So we have to live with China. So that means it's always there. And what I see in my job is that the question is also, China is no longer a topic. It's just an all-encompassing theme right nowadays. So it doesn't matter what topic you talk about, there is Chinese influence involved as well. So.
Thank you. Miriam, and then Greg, and then we definitely go to the room. Miriam, so you're also involved with the ECKN. What do you feel ECKN brings to the table that all the other initiatives that are in Brussels doesn't or don't?
Right, thank you. So for us, being a part of ECKN is very valuable. I mean, we work mostly with Swedish target audiences, but I think for them, they are also interested in the European level, of course. And then for Sweden, a lot of the decisions being made in relation to China, trade and foreign policy, of course, it depends a lot on the EU. So we need to be a part of that European discussion on China, also for our analysis in Sweden of Swedish situation to be relevant. So that's very valuable for us.
Yeah, okay, but what does it add to what is already available in Brussels?
I think what is good with ECKN is that it's a fairly small group of organizations that are complementing each other in a very good way. We have a little bit different structure of CKN and MERICS and NKK, the Swedish National China Center. And I mentioned a little bit, we work a lot with municipalities and such stakeholders, not only with central government. That's what we kind of bring to the table, but it's for coordination matters. I think it's good to keep the core group fairly small, also for things to be more efficient.
Okay, Thank you very much. Greg, during our little discussion we had prior to this meeting, you spoke of a real urgency. Can you elaborate on that a little bit before we're going to ask people here to be urgent?
Sure, of course. I mean, I don't think we really need to convince the room about the fact that China policy is extremely important, but I think it's really important that we come to the conclusion that building up our China knowledge in Europe, also in our institutions and governments, access to accurate information, accurate assessments, it's not a nice to have. Right now, it's a must. And this is something that we need to invest in. And this is also something that we're trying to really do with ECKN. Because if you think about it, what we have in Europe is a plurality and diversity of opinions, which is great. This is good for the fact this is our strength. Part of the problem is if we don't really translate that into, in the end, coming to conclusions, coming to actual suggestions, it becomes a cacophony rather than plurality that leads to something specific. And I think this is the issue that we're trying to address in terms of improving the coordination of the discussion that is going to be immediately policy relevant and is going to bring into the room also the colleagues that are working exactly on those topics and try to support them. So I think the urgency right now is there for a few reasons. One of them is simply the fact that China's technological and industrial base just undercuts us. There is a very big risk. China has become this kind of source of risks across the board. We need more coordination. We see the US withdrawing from the space as well in terms of China research. So this is also a gap where we need more autonomous measures and autonomous resources in Europe. And we at the same time are at the moment where the resources are simply scarce and limited across the governments. So we need to get smarter and better at coordination and make the best with what we already have.
Do you have, finally, do you have an answer to the how question? Like what, concretely?
What concretely?
How to strengthen the knowledge and how to solve the issues that you just raised.
I mean, I think, first of all, there will be no silver bullet. It's not an issue on which, like, we can simply just throw the money on the topic. I think a lot of work that is to be done is also on us. It's not something that the policymakers are going to magically fix. It's also about us as research institutions getting together, participating in the discussions and delivering knowledge and information in a way that matters where it matters.
Okay, thank you very much. So on that note, we're going to make this into a little mini workshop where I'm going to ask you to talk for about 5 minutes with your direct neighbor, and if you're in threes, then in groups of three, I suppose, about, the question is gone, but doesn't matter, how to strengthen, just, come up with that silver bullet. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes. And then I'm going to ask for 5 silver bullets from the... I'm sure we will not get the final answer to that question, but just some input from the room. So to invite you to come up with your ideas before I'm going to ask if there are any questions about what you just heard. So please, for the next 5 minutes, discuss. Thank you.
Dat is leuk, hè?
Okay. Deze heb ik gewoon uitgezet. Laten we ons waffel houden. Fine, fine, fine. We gaan weer aan de slag. Ja, dankjewel. Ja, doe maar. Ik ga wel vanaf hier. Ja, oké. Does it work? It's... Yes, thank you very much for participating. We're going to continue. If I may interrupt your, the search for the silver bullet. Perhaps some people have already have some sort of a solution to the question how to strengthen European China knowledge. I'm really curious. So, ideas, please raise your hand. And if you heard something wonderful from your neighbor, but your neighbor is too shy to do that, then please also raise your hand. And the one who is going to talk into the microphone that is carried around over there gets a fortune cookie. So, Mr. Goebel, you're the first one to get a fortune cookie and a microphone. Double whammy.
I don't know if I can... Yeah, you can understand me. So we have a lot of points, but one point is actually respectfully disagreeing with a colleague from Merix and say, right now, the thing would be to throw money at the problem because we have too little expertise, we have too few people, we have too few institutions, and we need to build these up, and for that we need money. That's one point. Another thing is networking between different groups, stakeholders like academia, think tanks, journalists, and so on, to encourage that. I think we've seen academia trying to approach politics. Politics or politicians are not always interested in different countries. In the Netherlands, it's maybe different. That's the second point. What else do we have?
Maybe looking into establishing something like a China House where you send diplomats from Europe to embassies overseas to understand how those countries engage with China and how China engages with those countries, so that your idea of how China's engaging with them is not theoretical, it's actually grounded in practice.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Warm hand, please, for this idea. Carla, here at the front, I see somebody raising their hand before. I mean, I'm going to allow, let's say, after this one, 2 more ideas, and then I'm going back to the panel to see how they respond to these wonderful ideas that are coming up.
I was in a team with 2 lovely young people who politely pointed out the generation gap between us, but that aside. We also came up with this China masterclass in Europe. The way it's done in the Netherlands is a great idea, so great minds think alike. We also came to the conclusion that it's actually not so much a lack of China knowledge. I mean, if you wake up every morning, at least I get at least 3 newsletters, one of them by young men here. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. But how to coordinate that? I mean, CKN in the Netherlands has a beautiful website. I know Merix publishes Apologies to Sweden, but I don't know their website. So I think to bring that together would already help. But the thing is how to compete in Brussels against those gazillions other lobbyists, think tanks, and whatever.
So how would you answer that question? How to?
One was that masterclass basically to get awareness. The other one might be that from a member state, perhaps we could push towards a DG China somewhere, specifically for China, like successful experiences with the MENA region have shown.
Okay.
So
great. Thank you. Yeah, DG China.
That's all we came up with.
More DOSH, also good. Yes. Okay, I believe, yes, there was an idea here at in the back. Yeah, the gentleman over here. Yes. And a fortune cookie, obviously.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm Mo Turner from the UK mission to the EU in Brussels, and I was discussing with our colleagues here. We went in quite a Maoist direction, and we were thinking about the need to kind of collectivize knowledge, because I know that our government pays Merix to do research, and I know some European partners pay the Great Britain China Centre to do research. So is there a better way to distribute these resources and the findings?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. One last final idea. So all the way in the back, Mr. Kremers, I believe. Yes.
Thank you very much. My jacket is getting tight, so please give the cookie to my colleagues. We came up with a few points. There's an issue of coordination, but by and large, a first matter is, yes, we should throw money at the problem, but we should throw money at the problem in a structural manner. Because very often the problem is now that there's a little bit of a project here, there's a little bit of a project there, and so people are forced to be generalists. And today we have to write something about the South China Sea, tomorrow we have to write something about the Uyghurs, the day after we have to write something about BYD, the day after about Labubu. And very few of us can do actual, long-lasting, specialized research into any given area. And so if we see it as planting trees rather than buying cut flowers that only need to last for a week, I think we can come with a far more future-oriented mindset. There's more than enough of us in Europe, but if we all remain generalists, we will all remain extremely superficial, and we will never, ever get into the depth of everything we could know about China. The second is that the way that China knowledge distribution is set up also within government is almost set up to guarantee enormous destruction of knowledge, experience, and intellectual capital. The way that people are appointed, promoted, rotated to certain jobs means that you very rarely get someone on a China-related position who actually has more than a couple of weeks background. So within governments, diplomatic services, it would also help to restructure career possibilities in such a way that institutional knowledge gets preserved better. And the last thing is an unfortunate example that we gave, where, for instance, the way that the EU funds China knowledge, and there have been 3 major calls, have been designed in such a way that large proportions of the China studies community get excluded, or in a last case about digital China, the funding ended up going to a Canadian consulting company that had never done a China project. Or a digital project, by the way, for a project on digital China. So it seems that in very many ways, even where we do, and the funding is far too scarce, but even where we do fund China research, our MO seems to be to take very good ideas and execute them in the least competent way possible. So how do we get more competent?
Okay, well, that's kind of, yeah, okay, thank you very much. I heard at least one question that was about the functioning of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so perhaps he might want to comment to that. But I'm just going to open the floor. So I heard a few, let's say, silver bullets. Anybody of you wants to comment on that, please? Who wants to go first? Yeah, Mark? Okay.
No, I applaud all suggestions made, and I think this...
I'll ask you to stand, sorry. Yeah, that's a bit... Otherwise it looks really weird.
Okay. Sorry about
No, don't worry.
your appearance.
I'm not that tall, that's the thing.
So, I mean, we've had these discussions internally on all these subjects. Obviously, we're very small operations. We're one network, 2 organizations. We have different characteristics. And obviously, I laud the ambition in the room, which we fully share. But if I try to translate all the remarks to something that is, we feel confident that we can make at least a move in the right direction, then we can build on some of them. Throw money at the problem? Yes. You know, we get 1 million from our government. We have a next tender coming up. We want to aim that towards Brussels more, so that we can use a larger chunk of that money to be effective in Brussels, because there's more bang for our buck. That's to get together. So that's one thing, but it's tiny. Jorge Kremers obviously also mentions the way bigger problem of actually the structural lack of China knowledge in general, and then obviously with a positive note that there's a lot available, but the way we organize, not only member states, but also in academic institutions, in how we fund academic institutions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you know, the concentration gets dispersed. I don't think Brussels is at the heart of all our academic pursuits. I mean, we are here just to get some degree of better appreciation for the complexity of this relationship and to put answers to questions as best we can. So I think our starting point is slightly more modest than what we've heard, but all the elements in the replies are obviously part of a solution that we have to find. And one of them that is close to my heart is what the UK colleague told us, that this networked type of operation and cross-financing is something that we really should be developing. But here there are administrative and legal barriers in the way. These we should tackle, but this is also a long stretch, I think. But thanks a lot for all the comments.
Thank you very much, Mark. Greg, I'm just going to move to you because you are based in Brussels, and it's about the lack of capabilities, let's say, in Brussels, which was also a comment that I got. I'm not sure whether Joanna is back in the room, but if she is, then that'd be wonderful. Otherwise, I'm just going to translate for her that she said, please, stress the fact that, the administrative lack of knowledge in Brussels is, something that we need to work on. Is there something like the CKN masterclasses that you have in the Netherlands, where civil servants from all various ministries are trained in their China knowledge, like that in Brussels? Would that be part of the solution?
It would certainly be part of the solution. This is not something that is currently, I think, in the setup itself, in terms of this kind of very structured training, in a way that also colleagues from the UK are doing with the GBCC setup of training across the government institutions. But let me maybe come back to the question that also, or the suggestions that came from the room, if I can.
Please, yeah, of course.
In the context of investing, I wholeheartedly agree with you, and this was not my point to say that we shouldn't invest more. We absolutely should. I just think that as we need the absolutely urgent action on this topic right now, waiting for the resources to come in is not going to be enough. We have to start acting on this as a community of China researchers right now. So in that sense, it's very much not only about the question of getting more resources. Obviously, we need that. We also all want that as a community, but it's also about how do we use those resources. And that's the point about the coordination of how exactly the Horizon calls are awarded. There are a lot of things that we can be discussing within that. How do we coordinate better? And that speaks also to the point from Mo about the question of actually coordinating of what kind of research are we conducting, right? Because you end up with a number of research projects, all on the same topic, and that speaks to the point about generalist results in the end of the day. Because if you would have someone who works for an extended period of time on this one thing, can specialize more, if we distribute the research focus a little bit better, then we're also going to have better results. So this is where I think the very immediate solution that we have to be thinking about is the how. At the same time working and pushing, of course, for more resources.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Miriam, did you hear anything in these solutions that were offered that kind of echoes or resonates with the way that your center is organized or its, let's say, unique selling points?
Sure, but just a little bit on how we, yeah.
I don't want to, yeah.
Okay, I'll stand up. No, but how we see the advantages of European collaboration, I think that's a good point. The need to like collectivize knowledge and how to do things together that would be more efficient. And just on, I think I'm very grateful for all the suggestions, and we were talking also here up on stage also a little bit on ECKN and how we think that forum could be better as well. So it's continuously improving, I believe. And one point that I would just like to make about specialists and generalists, I believe there is a point in both of those. I think we need specialists on various fields related to China studies, but I think from our center's experience, there's also value in a general knowledge about China. We recently published like a small booklet, which is like China for Dummies, or like a very short explanation to things that Swedish businesses, universities, and local municipalities need to know about China. So there's definitely something that we do, raising the general competence on China. But that doesn't say that we shouldn't do more in-depth studies, which we also do and hope to do more of together with European colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Raoul, the call for money, always for a project organization, a good call to hear. I'm speaking for my own organization, by the way, but perhaps also for yours. Any other solutions that you felt were, well, inspiring?
Sure, I mean, yeah, we are always on the lookout for money, but we also have our ideals about, I mean, we find it truly an important task to improve this knowledge gap that exists in the Netherlands, but also in the EU. So we are very serious about this, and that is why we picked this up as well with ECKN. So we have weekly meetings now with the three organizations. Every Monday morning at 9:30 we meet and we try to go beyond what we are doing individually as organizations and try to find ways of setting up joint initiatives. So what I hear here from the UK colleague about the collectivization of knowledge, I mean, that is what we are trying to achieve now. And we see indeed that we are doing certain projects simultaneously. So in the process...
Such as, can you give an example?
Such as on critical raw materials right now. I mean, everybody's interested in critical raw materials, but there's a lot of overlap as well in the projects that different organizations are doing. So now we are trying to pull together our different research projects to come up with perhaps a shared publication where we can actually chip in with all these different researchers and actually enhance our knowledge of this topic through cooperating rather than doing this individually and competing for this. So there's a very fine line between this competition and cooperation, but we need to kind of bridge this in order to make China knowledge more broadly existent here in the EU.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not sure how we're doing in terms of time, but one thing I keep hearing again and again is the need for, coordination of the, it's not so much a lack of knowledge, it's more sort of how to get everybody organized in that sense. I do think, I mean, speaking from personal experience, I think that the CKN offers a very interesting way forward how to kind of connect the ministries, let's say supply and demand, and kind of channel demand, which is the question on the ministerial side, into a question or into a project that is not kind of completely scattered all over various ministries, but more sort of, commissioned by a number of ministries. Anyway, perhaps there is, that we still have a few minutes left, so a few questions for clarification. I see a number of hands. Mr. Raoul, please.
Okay, thank you so much. At least today have a Chinese scholar to have a voice here. So I think the way to strengthen European-China knowledge, the first way we need to think is about what is the difference between knowledge and opinion. Are we here to strengthen the opinion towards China that China is a threat or is a risk? This has been discussed for hundreds of years. So we need neutral understanding of China, like distinguish from knowledge and also maybe opinion. And we always argue that threat from China, for example, Huawei and BRD, why they can grow under a lot of restriction, under a lot of sanction. So we need to also learn the successful stories, what we can learn from these companies, what we can learn from the development of China through the past 40 years. I think this is also useful knowledge, right? To learn and then to strengthen our understanding between China and Europe, instead of just focusing on the opinion towards China. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. Sorry, I'm standing here. I'm sure there are other questions as well, but I believe you have a follow-up question. Is that right?
Well, if I may, just to follow up on the last question, but with something that might be sensitive. The last question really was about, in general, what sort of knowledge and knowledge from what perspective on China. And those sorts of questions, I guess, are ones that, amongst others, would be very interesting to the party's United Front work department. And my question is do you take steps, and if so, what types of steps, to constrain the extent to which the United Front Work Department might have influence on the types of knowledge networks which you have?
Okay, thank you. There's room for one more question. I'm just going to go right here, sorry. Because there's many more questions. After this, there will be a coffee break, so plenty of time to ask questions to the speakers.
A kind of a provocative thing to end on. I think China studies is dead. I think we're heading for something which is China plus whatever, whether that's biotech, whether that's agriculture, whether it's global governance of health. And we need to be much more cognizant of how we do cross-disciplinary thinking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that comment. I see a lot of nodding heads here. Perhaps who would like to comment on the last few remarks / questions? I think, well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I think on the difference between knowledge and opinion, obviously, actually, I would invite you to just go to our website. We have 12 in-depth conversations on how to qualify knowledge and what types of knowledge actually are valid to consider in this conversation. So that's a brief answer, but there's a deep website to be visited on the knowledge security and the question whether we actually follow what is being done by China on actually influencing the knowledge position that we try to build up. Obviously, we're working on that, both in terms of research, but especially certain parts of the Dutch executive government has a daily task doing that. So yes, of course, it's what we focus on. And the last one on dead China studies, I wouldn't say dead, but I think we should be very respectful for what China studies can bring. We should be not forgetful of the fact that we've been destroying them ourselves as governments and as academic communities, and we shape them in a very particular way. We should have a discussion on that. That's a different panel. But on the +1, I wholeheartedly agree, because this whole test case of our government failing on some of these knowledge-based, evidence-based approaches to policymaking and the victims it has caused in Dutch society, we wouldn't want to repeat that at the geopolitical level, would we? So, I mean, the China +1 is absolutely vital to make a start with respecting the complexity of the challenge we stand for. Sorry, that's it.
Thank you, thank you. Very wonderful. I believe I saw Greg raise his hand as well. I was reminded of a comment you made earlier about the difference between knowledge gaps and knowledge needs. Perhaps you want to comment?
Sure, thank you very much. I mean, maybe first on the differentiation about the knowledge versus opinion. Can I hold it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So the differentiation between the knowledge and the opinion, I wholeheartedly agree with you. This is exactly why what we're working with is the data-driven research, where we relate and to specific policies, we go to primary sources. This is the type of work that we're doing in order to exactly arrive at the conclusions that are not an opinion, but are fact-based. And this is the type of research that I think all of us as the institutions strive for and live for. So and I don't really see the question of opinion. It's of course very valid in the sense that we need to be mindful of any prejudices that might be there, but this is something that I think we all are focusing on the data-driven aspect. At the same time, in terms of the topics that are being tackled right now by the research community, I think the reason for focusing on the challenges, it's simply because this is the problem that we need to address. At the same time, when we're studying the question of, for example, what are the challenges coming from the China's industrial policy, obviously we're also taking a note on what worked, what could be the inspirations. I think one doesn't exclude the other. So that would be my point on this. On the China studies, fully agree. I think it's also exactly about integrating more people in the governmental system. This is one of the things where exactly the question of finding a flexible solution and thinking about the how, creating the requirements for appointments to specific positions, having, for example, a requirement of having China language capacity or having the China background being there as a requirement for positions within our administrations could be an easy way forward that at the same time respects the limitations of the resources that we all agree should expand, but we need to those solutions right away. On the question of knowledge gaps and knowledge needs, I think it's a question, part of it is about what do we need to work on, and a part of it is how are we going to work on things. And I think that right now, the key issue that we should be focusing on is how.
Thank you very much. I'm going to walk behind the stage now because otherwise I keep looking weird. And the last word is for Miriam and for Raoul. Any reflections on the last few comments? After which we close. We're running a little bit over time, so but please.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah, thank you. No, but it's on this question on institutional competence on China, and having Chinese language. Also, Greg alluded to that, and there was a recommendation also from the floor before. I think that's very interesting, and we see some developments in that direction. I think in Sweden, not only that it's more like the MFA or hiring more people who know Chinese language, for example, but also that the Chinese language curricula at university is adapting to what needs there are in ministries, for example, and to know like security policy language if you study Chinese language. So I think those trends are like converging, and that looks good for the future China competence. To end on a happy note, yeah.
Thank you. Happy notes are always good. Well, perhaps another happy note from the host of today, Raoul, please.
Sure. Yes, I would like to use this opportunity because there was this comment from the crowd that we need more channels, of networking channels, where we bring together people from the media, people from official positions, researchers, NGOs, everyone from both China and the EU. And I think this conference is actually exactly one of these events that is doing exactly that. We are all here in the room. So let's continue to work together on facilitating these kind of dialogues and these kind of events. And I'm, very happy to see that such a huge crowd showed up. It means that we all deeply care about this. So congratulations to yourself as well.
Sorry, I'm sneaking it. Just one other happy note before we close. Please realize that we're now 3 organizations. We've set this up as founders. We want to work with you. This is not about obtaining market share. This is about getting things done better. So, I mean, please, it's an open invitation, and be in touch with us.
Thank you so much. Yes, and a very warm hand for the speakers. Thank you so much for being here. And also very much thank you to you for being an active participant and player with all these games that have been foisted upon you. There's a little coffee break now. At 2:45, we'll continue. Well, some of us will continue for a policy scenario workshop, but I think most of us might go to the panel number 4, how to research on China. I'm not sure where that is, actually. Anybody know? Oh, it's here. The next panel will be, one of them will be here, anyway.
don't mind, wherever you feel comfortable, as long as it's on the stage. Yeah?
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Paul, how are you doing? Nice to see you. First time in person, yeah. I'll maybe have a chat now.
Yes.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Test, test, test. Test, test.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Hello, hello. Test, 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 test.
Hello, hello.
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, a little bit?
Mine?
No, mine.
Checking 1, 2, 3. Checking 1, 2, 3.
The volume.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Hello. Is that better? All right, ready to go? Everybody, take a seat, please. We're ready to kick off the last panel of the day. Thank you very much for being here and for lasting until this time. We're the only thing, as is customary to say at these things, standing between you and your drinks. So we'll try and keep it lively. My name's Finbar Birmingham. I am the Europe correspondent at the South China Morning Post. It's great to be here. And thanks to the folks at Clingendael for having me and for what a great day. Really interesting, insightful, very well organized and hosted. Brilliant insights over the course of the full day. So thanks, everybody involved. Look, I think the ambassador set the tone this morning when he talked about how there's not too much good news. And I think that's something we can take away from the course of the day. It hasn't been terribly cheery, and I'm not sure we're going to do much to correct that in this panel. But maybe my excellent colleagues will surprise me. We're here to talk about the future of this important EU-China relationship, something that we all spend so much time talking about and thinking about as if it's a sort of static thing to manage, but it's an evolving thing. It's changing quickly, and I wonder when I think about the list of challenges that there are, whether it's even manageable anymore. We heard this morning, again, Ambassador Toledo saying that the good news coming from the EU-China summit this year was that it actually happened, and that was it. It was a fairly low bar there. This morning we all woke up to news about the extension and the upgrade of China's rare earth export control regime. I worry there about what this might mean for Ukraine, for Europe's effort to sort of upgrade our industries and rearm. We have, again, in the words of Ambassador Toledo, the China-Russia relationship is not adding anything to the doom and gloom. But we're gonna talk about some of these big ticket
issues, the flashpoints in the relationship. Trump is back. He's sort of rewriting the transatlantic relationship with a giant Sharpie. And the EU still hasn't decided, I think, whether to resist or to adapt. So Beijing is obviously taking note of all this, recalibrating domestic pressure there. Growth is slowing, unfinished business in the Taiwan Strait. And yet, as Joanna said this morning, in other ways, geopolitically, things are going quite well for Beijing. We all observed the parade to the SCO, and it seems as though the Americans are holding the door open for the Chinese to walk through. So a lot to get through. We are on a fairly hard cut-off, so we'll move on. Joining me on this panel, we have on the far left, Shui Martin of this parish, the Clingendael Institute. We have Dominic Porter from the EAS and Noah Barkin from Rhodium Group and GMF. I'm going to hand over to each of the panelists for a really quick intro, just to sort of cast forward, keep it forward-looking, the future of EU-China relations. Take a few minutes, and then we'll turn to the open discussion. We'll try and keep it free-flowing. We'll try and keep you all engaged. Why don't we start with Dominic? Put you on the spot.
No problem. Thank you very much, and thank you also likewise to Clingendael for having me here and putting me between you and your drinks. I'll try and be quick, but I had a few things I wanted to say. It's difficult to be original in some ways, and it's also difficult to come up with answers. It's very easy to find problems. I think that's emerged throughout the day, or challenges, shall we say. So let's go back to the start of this year, and actually a quote that was used in the sort of brochure for today's event. Ursula von der Leyen, President von der Leyen's quote that it's time to rebalance the EU-China relationship. That was in January, so here we are 9-10 months later. That is still absolutely true. It's still time to rebalance the relationship. And that's after, as Jorge said, our leaders traveled to Beijing in good faith to pass a number of messages in person. No discernible change in the Chinese rebalancing or attitude. Summit, what was it? It was a sincere demonstration of our will to try to solve issues through dialogue. I think that we can safely say. But now we need to figure out how on earth to make dialogue more productive than it has been, because it has not been productive so far this year. Equip ourselves better, take action if necessary. You'll hear me say this a few times, I think. Then go back a few years, maybe 6, 2019, the strategy. I won't bore you with the triptych. But what I find interesting is, so 6 years later, the world is more contested, more fragmented, more difficult place to operate in particular for multilateralists like the EU. Dependencies exposed, COVID, Russia's full-scale invasion, international law, Gaza, Sudan, trampled over left, right, and center, you name it. What I want to say, which is maybe a little bit different, is all these challenges which surround us are the solutions that we are looking to are remarkably similar, or quite similar at least, to the solutions or the approach proposed in 2019 as part of the strategy for China. What do I mean? So my slightly different take on things is, are we in a place now where the guiding principles of our China policy for the last 6 years have become kind of center of gravity of a wider EU policy in the years ahead? Security, competitiveness, strengthening our societal democratic resilience, all of these things which are cause of the EU's agenda, State of the Union speech, you name it, guiding principle, preserving our ability to shape our own future. This is China policy, but this is wider EU policy. I was going to say something about the triptych going global. Has the triptych gone global? I don't know. But what I would say is that the drivers many of the drivers of the three pillars, if you like, the strands of our China policy, these seem to me to underpin our wider approach to the EU and the world. Rivalry, evident, way beyond China. Let's be frank. I've always said rivalry takes many forms, and I've always said to Chinese people, rival is not equal to enemy. There's a translation issue there that Chinese speakers will understand. Competition, fierce, unforgiving, it's everywhere. Doesn't even need to be said, but what's worse than 6 years ago probably is the state of the WTO, the mechanisms which were meant to help make it fair. Partnership, new countries, new domains, digital, tech, Indo-Pacific policies, strategies, more of it. That's global now. There's something going on in Brussels today that people were making fun of earlier on. Global Gateway Forum. That's what that's about too. So those three strands are kind of global facets of our policy. And then finally, what to do. Very briefly, I've got 1, 2, maybe 3 things to suggest. Not terribly original. What do we do? Catch up on our homework. That's my first sort of standard takeaway. People have said it throughout the day. Invest more smartly where we need to invest, protect more carefully and perhaps more robustly sensitive sectors that we need to protect, shore up our economic security, our digital sovereignty, all these things. Second, and this is really hard, make our engagement with China more productive, because it has not been productive this year. How do we do that? I would say I've done 3 summits with China, been heavily involved in. In all 3, the primary gripes of the EU, China's support for Russia and economic imbalances, distortions, and lack of reciprocity, were the same. Each time we ended up with a separate unilateral press statements, which sounded completely different. So you had the EU, sort of, as I would see it, saying it like it is, and China saying, well, we don't really see a problem, everything's fine, it's a nice relationship. I think what all sides know is that we have choices need to be made, if you like, about the frictions. We have to draw our own conclusions about whether China's going to do anything to relieve these frictions, and China, we would hope, might draw some of its own conclusions. But my increasing feeling is that we might have to push them in that direction, if I can put it that way. Just to finish on the difference of perceptions, our triptych tends to make Chinese interlocutors talk about traffic lights, and they say it doesn't make any sense if you have a red, an orange, and a green light lit at the same time. And what we have tried to say constantly is it does make sense that we can talk about the difficulties and work together on carbon pricing and emissions trading systems. These are not mutually incompatible. You can have them at the same time. I would prefer to say there's like 2 or 3 roads. One of the roads is still quite smooth. We work with China on a number of global challenges. Another road is very bumpy, and another road is completely blocked. That's a new metaphor for instead of the traffic lights. Finally, action. When we need to take action, we need to take action. The EU as a decision-making machine can be slow, but the need, I think, to defend our interests when we have to couldn't be more clear than it is these days. So raising the costs for China of its support for Russia in its war against Ukraine is an area where we are already taking action of a greater degree, and we, I think, will continue to do so. Similarly, for the market, protection of a market against distorted practice, actions, I guess we can expect to see them. So that, in a nutshell, is what I think President von der Leyen meant by inflection point. We're at a point where we need to do more homework, keep doing the diplomacy, but be ready to take a lot more action. I stop.
Thanks, Dominic. We'll come back to some of those ideas, but the triptych is still alive and well in the year of 2025. Glad to hear it. Xiaoshui, do you want to say a few words before we get into the Q&A?
Thanks. And I'll start with a bit of a cheesy joke, if you will allow me, because we started the morning with a little bit of tech issues with the ambassador in Beijing. You could say a disconnect with Beijing. Now, what conference are we at? The ReConnect China conference. So I hope through the sessions of the day, we've been able to reconnect a little bit with ourselves, but also with Beijing, hopefully. We were thinking of what we wanted to do for the program. We thought, okay, we want to end with a panel that looks outwards. One of the ways that we set up the program is that right before this one, we had a closed-door scenario workshop where we looked at several futures. And what futures did we pick to look at? Well, Marc Moquette earlier today, he mentioned the three-body problem, which a very famous Chinese sci-fi book. I'm going to out myself. I only watched the Netflix series, but I will take that three-body problem as an explanation of the scenarios that we took, because we had the three-body problems, the three bodies of the US, China, and Russia. And for the scenarios, we looked at axes where we looked at, okay, what are the scenarios if we have more or less cohesion with the US? The other one was, what if China and Russia have more or less cohesion? And we went through different ways in which this could take place, what should we do as policy options. And I hope that the policy options that came out of all four scenarios are not a surprise, because they were strategic autonomy, invest in our own army, invest in technology advancements, and engage more with the global south, and that range from Africa to India to ASEAN, which are the things that often come back, and maybe in this discussion we can dive a little bit deeper in the discussion. But for the three-body problem, we have a multi-body solution, as in we need to engage more with other countries in the world, and this need to understand different worldviews was also noted earlier in the session after the lunch. Now, this need for strategic autonomy is not new. It was also the title of one of the ETNC reports that we published this year with the European think tank network on China. We called it Quest for Strategic Autonomy ? And if I remember correctly, this is the same type of title that we've had for quite a few years, whereas Europe, we've been searching on this quest for strategic autonomy for a long time. And I hope we will reach that end where we will have it. And now we can look into the ways how we get there.
Thank you, Xiaoshui. I like this analogy of the three-body problem, but it terrifies me a little bit to think that the three suns in the sky are Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, and Xi Jinping. And it feeds into that whole immortality weirdness that came out of the hot mic moment in was it in Tianjin or Beijing? Noah, over to you for a quick remark, please.
Sure. Well, thanks so much for the invitation. Great to be here in The Hague. I think it's kind of a perilous time to try to predict the future at the moment. The crystal ball is very cloudy. There's a lot of there's a lot of geopolitical uncertainty in the world at the moment. But on EU-China, I've been following this relationship for going on 8 years, and I'm still standing. And I think it's fair to say that the relationship now is worse than it's ever been, certainly since I've been following this. So we've seen a sort of steady deterioration over almost a decade now. And I think the past isn't always an indication of what's to come, but I am rather pessimistic. Anyone who read my last GMF newsletter will know that.
They've all been like that, though, Noah.
No, I try to be optimistic sometimes. So I think we're going to get into Russia-China later. So maybe I'll talk a little bit about the economic relationship, which is sort of more of my focus at Rhodium Group. I think we are entering a period, and we saw it this morning with the announcement on rare earths, where China is getting more comfortable hitting back and using its leverage, weaponizing the dependencies that we've all built up, not just in Europe. So there's our dependencies, which I think will continue to be a problem in the relationship. And then there's the competition side of things, industrial competition. And when I look at Europe, I see a solar industry which has disappeared, a steel industry under acute pressure, and new industries coming under pressure every year. And I was in Brussels last week and heard the same message: chemicals industry, machine tools. Obviously, we know that there's a lot of concern about the car industry. So I think on the economic outlook is a challenging one, and I think there's a huge amount of concern in Brussels right now about Chinese overcapacities, cheap Chinese exports coming into Europe, and there is a reflection about about the need to be bolder, about the need to be faster. The EV duties saga is sort of a case in point. I mean, I was very supportive of this investigation, and I think it was an achievement in Europe that this was pushed through. I don't think we should discount that over the objections of a big country like Germany. But a year later, we have a situation where China's hit back very hard. I think that was a given probably when they launched the investigation. I think we have a situation where, yeah, we've come out of this maybe a bit, maybe not as politically divided as we could have been. But I think the experience that we went through with the electric vehicle, the anti-subsidy investigation, has left some member states in Europe a bit reluctant to relive that experience. So there is a bit of lasting scars. Yeah, I think the tariffs that we ended up with are probably not prohibitive for companies like BYD that can still profitably export to Europe. So if you take all of that together, I think the feeling now is we need to, we spent a lot of time and energy on this. It sent a very strong signal. But did we really deliver what we needed to in terms of facts on the ground? So I think that is something that is a reflection that's going on right now in Brussels, in many of the member states, and I think what it means is that we are gonna see, and we've already seen this in recent years with the various instruments, the IPI, the FSR. The listing of Chinese entities in the sanctions packages. We're going to see more of this, and there is a risk, of course, that we see China pushing back and retaliating. So on the economic front, I think we're heading towards a more intense period. I think Trump may make all of this a bit more challenging for us in the sense that both on Russia, China, I think if the US administration pulls back from Ukraine, pulls back from NATO, that hasn't happened yet, but of course that risk still exists. Then I think China's support for Russia becomes a much bigger issue for Europe.
We'll get into that now, Noah, because I do want to move it along a wee bit.
Okay.
You said a crystal ball is cloudy. I suppose a cloudy crystal ball is like a snow globe, right? So dust off your snow globes. We'll do a bit of forward casting here. Just on the EV thing, I mean, whether you agree with it or not, I think most people would say that if it hadn't gone through after all of that, that cacophony, it would have been a disaster. So, look, I do think that in all of these economic issues in isolation are pretty bad, and they're piling up, and we hear a lot of noise about how bad it is. But I think that the tone and the climate almost of the debate has been totally altered by the geopolitical, the security situation, and that is the Russia invasion of Ukraine. I think if that hadn't happened, a lot of these competition issues would be managed perhaps in a more, I don't know if I want to say amicable, but certainly not with the tone that we saw at least last year, right? And you were starting to get into this now with, this becoming the single biggest issue in the EU-China relationship over the last 3 years. I mean, if you think that there are maybe 3 scenarios, there's probably more, but like in a really reductive way, there's a sort of a ceasefire, an end to the war, there's a Russian victory, and there's, I suppose, a Ukrainian victory. But if you look at those 3 scenarios, or you don't have to get into each of them in detail, but do you think that this security challenge that is spawned by this war on European soil will continue to be the defining issue in the bilateral for the foreseeable?
I don't know if it's the defining issue. I think the economic relationship is as big of an issue right now. As we see, the European economy sputtering and deindustrialization taking place, I think. And that's not just because of China; it's because of the U.S. as well. Let's be clear about that. The tariffs and the tensions in the transatlantic relationship. I think the 3 scenarios are essentially, I think, a continuation of sort of
like a frozen war.
Frozen. Well, there's a continuation of sort of low intensity conflict, right? Sort of a continuation of what we see now, although it's not low intensity from a Ukrainian perspective. And then there's the Russian military gains territory, the Ukrainian military collapses, and then there's more of a peace agreement, frozen conflict, and all that. And I think under the first two scenarios, the China-Russia relationship remains a very problematic issue in the EU-China relationship. And I worry that the peace agreement, the frozen conflict scenario, the third, is maybe the least likely, at least as long as Vladimir Putin is in power.
But as you were beginning to say before I rudely interrupted you, there is that scenario whereby, the United States pulls back and the burden of financing whatever the scenario may be falls on Europe's shoulders, and that, I suppose, could bring the security focus on China in Europe into more direct focus. I suppose I'm repeating the word, but you see what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the bigger the burden on Europe when it comes to Ukraine, the bigger the focus will be on China's support for Russia.
Dominic, just really quickly before I move over to Shui, I just want to ask you something about what you said in your opening remarks. This, looking how the relationship is now, and Noah said this is the worst he's seen it in 8 years. Would you agree with that? Is this a low point? And would you also agree with his ranking that maybe the economic problems are worse than the Russian issue, or how would you see that?
Unfortunately. So it's now been 4 years that I've been doing this job, and it's not the most fun thing for a diplomat to say that I've been, shepherding a steadily declining relationship on a daily basis for the last 4 years, and trying to manage decline, perhaps?
Palliative care or
something like that. But it's hard to disagree, okay? It's hard to disagree. As the counterpoint to that, I can say what I always say to my Chinese colleagues, which is, we are never going to give up on trying to talk constructively with you. We're not going to give up on that, just like we're not going to give up on multilateralism and all these things which seem incredibly hard. And sometimes you get a glimmer of hope. But yes, it's pretty rare. That's the short answer to that one.
And the ranking of the issues, I suppose that's a bit of a coarse way of looking at things, but...
No, I mean, I wouldn't.
That's my job.
Yeah, I put them on the same level, quite frankly, and I said at the outset, these two combined, I mean, none of us knew, I don't know how many years ago now, 4 years ago, we didn't know that the full-scale invasion was going to happen, and I don't think China knew either. So if you remove that from the equation, perhaps, as Noah said, things would have been a lot better, more energy would have been put in, we wouldn't have been distracted, the airtime, the bandwidth of our political leaders, and you know, I will say it, along came Donald Trump, a tactical challenge for pretty much everybody, maybe a strategic gift for China, I have to say, right now. And that also has taken a lot of our time. So the ability to really get deep and constructive on the homework, the diplomacy, as I described it, what we need to be doing, the action, we haven't. The time has not been dedicated as it might have been in a different world.
He has a way of consuming the oxygen like nobody else, depressingly so. Szychowska, just before we move on to the next question, Dominic said there he didn't think that the Chinese knew about the Russian invasion. I know we're supposed to be casting forward, but in 30 seconds, do you agree with that?
We'll never know. That's the honest answer. It was an embarrassment, of course, for Xi Jinping to have, you know, it was after the Olympics, yes. But right after you've declared the eternal friendship with the country, they start attacking another country. When one of your key issues as a Chinese nation is we don't interfere with other countries' internal affairs. So based on that, I would have to guess they didn't know, but I wonder if we'll ever find out the truth.
Hopefully. But, okay, so casting forward again, I mean, this is a real shock that we're facing now. And, you know, the relationship over these years has been defined by shocks, COVID, you know, Russian invasion of Ukraine, I suppose Trump to an extent. Let's think about one of the ultimate potential shocks if something goes badly wrong in the Taiwan Strait or South China Sea. I mean, how do you assess the EU-China relationship through the lens of these hypothetical, very speculative, I know, but I mean, can Europe be ready for these scenarios? How can we be more ready? And how do you assess the work that's going on in Europe now to prepare for these terrible scenarios?
Yeah, speaking of a tactical challenge, that's a big one. I was in Brussels a few months earlier on a war game scenario where they tested the scenario where there was dual theater escalation. So in Taiwan, China moved forward aggressively and also very clearly. It was very clear in this specific scenario that China started military action towards Taiwan. At the same time, the Russians were moving closer in the Baltics, closer in the Eastern European side. And to make it even more fun, the North Koreans also just started doing some nuclear stuff. And then
that's more than a tactical challenge.
Yes, exactly. It was really the most extreme scenario you could think of. And then it was left up to the players, I was one of the players, to then go run around and see, what are you going to do? And a lot of the things that we started doing were things that are maybe a little bit too late. Things like stockpiling. I mean, now as EU, we're what was it, an EU initiative on stockpiling, I think.
Preparedness plan.
Preparedness plan. Ideally, we should have started with that 10 years ago, but it's very good that we're starting now. Other things like how do you keep strategic communications also with the Taiwanese side? Maybe not on the diplomatic level, but on other levels during a crisis like this. These were questions that were a little bit maybe too new to the players. And these are things that we should have thought of a long time ago. It's good that we're thinking about this now. The other thing that was interesting about this exercise was that it was sponsored by the Americans, the Canadians, and I believe also the Australians. So everybody except the EU put forward this scenario game. And I think that we as EU ourselves should invest a little bit more in building up that Taiwan capacity. I know a lot of things are being done behind closed doors because it is a very sensitive issue, but please, let's do a little bit more in front of the doors as well.
Yeah. No, I think that's in self-interest, very good advice. Dominic, that the sort of thing that keeps you up at night as somebody who has to shepherd this relationship? I can't remember how you phrased it, through its decline, and just sort of this is the world we're living in, where these things don't seem terribly fanciful or fantastical. You know, these are sort of the world where might makes right. You know, we're moving away from the sort of the rules-based order on which Europe has thrived. You talked about how the triptych is still relevant, but you know, every time I publish a story about the EU coming up with a new economic security doctrine or whatever the latest twist on these things is, I get all these texts and comments, people saying we're bringing like a butter knife to a gunfight. I mean, how ready can we be? Are we able to, are the current policy frameworks and the current modus operandi fit for purpose in a world where nobody else gives a toss about the rules?
That's pretty grim. Are things, I mean, have things really been turned upside down in the past few years? Because it feels a bit like that right now when you're in it, right? It feels like a lot of things have happened at the same time or in quick succession. But if I were to be a bit pompous and take a longer historical perspective, which sometimes we do, you might, and I think somebody said it earlier on this morning, flux is actually pretty constant. That's not new. And this, if you look back at the 20th century and you look at the post-Second World War era, or more accurately, maybe the post-Cold War era as a sort of strange aberration of 10, 15 years of the rise of multilateralism and all sorts of fronts, then maybe this situation of flux is less unusual. That's one thing, just to put it in perspective. I'm trying to reassure myself, I've got to be honest.
We're all here for this.
However, there is no question that the strategic competition between the US and China is not going anywhere. It's in a strange phase right now. But again, taking a longer view, going back 10 years, and I think going forward 10 years, we will not really see any fundamental shift in that battle to be number one, right? And there I'd like to distinguish the EU from either of those two, and say we are not in a struggle to be number one in the world. So we're not part of that. That's not, the cliche goes, well, cliche, I use this, we care about what China does, and we have the impression sometimes that the US fundamentally cares about what China is, if I can put it that way. So our battle, if you want a quote, is not to be number one, but our number one battle is to try and maintain, rescue, rebuild a rules-based system that works. I'm pretty sure my bosses would agree with that. They spent, 2 weeks ago, they spent a week with that as their number one aim when they were in New York at the General Assembly, and we haven't lost hope. And there are areas, even though China has a different vision of the world order than we do, we also recognize that it has to be updated and modernized. And there may be areas where we can work with China for that updating and modernization. Right now, it seems difficult to work with the US administration on some of these things, but not all. There are areas where they are engaging in the multilateral sphere. So glimmers of hope, maybe, but certainly, yeah, things are looking pretty upside down right now.
They are. And so in 5 years, do you think that we will still be hanging like sticklers to these rules? I mean, I do notice, like, if you look at the Turnberry deal, there seems to be an unexpressed willingness to bend the rules a little bit, or to maybe see what we can do within the letter of the law, if not by the spirit of the law. My words, not yours. But in 5 years, are we still going to be hanging on to this, or do you think it's going to have moved beyond that?
I really hope we'll be not just hanging on to it, but we will be in a phase of reconstructing it. But that depends on many things which are way beyond my control. That's all I can say, is that I hope for, and that the EU will strive. it's what we exist for, right? It's what the EU comes out of. So I'm not going to drop the EU's attachment to multilateralism, least of all on a public stage. But is the outlook stormy? My God, it's stormy. Yes. And do we need to grow up and probably do some things that we wouldn't have imagined ourselves doing a couple of years ago? Probably yes.
Thank you, Dominic. Very, very nicely put. We'll do another round here, and then we'll get a few questions from the audience. A lot of navel gazing, I suppose, and thinking about what's going on in Europe. Shui, we hear a lot about, I suppose, that how does China viewing Europe almost exclusively through the lens of the United States. I sometimes have to haggle for real estate on the SCMP pages because Trump has said something in the morning, and there is that sort of mutual, I suppose, obsession. Or, as somebody said earlier on, does the Chinese view Europe as I think it was an open-air museum with a nice gift shop? But I mean, when you think about, as I'm sure you do, how does Beijing see the defining lines of this relationship over the coming period, say 5-10 years? Do you think that it's as reductive as thinking, well, through the lens of our friends across the Atlantic? Or I mean, how would you assess that?
Well, we've had a lot of the recalibration, ReConnect, rebalance speeches from the EU side. One of the things that I think it was von der Leyen also said was we need to recalibrate the relationship with China, and the response from the Chinese diplomats was you need to recalibrate your mind, which is a little bit of a mic drop, if I would say. So the way in which Europeans are seen by the Chinese is indeed just through the lens of this competition with China. We notice it as well when we talk, for example, with the Chinese diplomats here in The Hague. It can also be used as a nice, convenient excuse sometimes. When we have to take measures that we think are necessary also for our own national security, maybe it's convenient that we could hide a little bit behind, Trump made us do it, but that doesn't align with the message that we want to have as well, of that we are strategically autonomous, we take decisions for our own reasons. So those two clash with each other. And then on, what is really the main ways or the main lines on how China sees the future for us? I think for them, the trade issue is the most important thing. So the issue that we started with today, for them, it's not the Russia relationship that's maybe for Chinese diplomats, they don't understand why we make such a big deal out of this. Or they pretend they don't. That's also an option. But for them, it's really trade on top of mind. And for us, that means more investment in trade, more investment in technology.
So Europe is a big market, is the sort of defining image. Noah, sticking with the theme of transatlanticism briefly, we saw, was it Tuesday, we had the steel tariffs. It's probably one of those issues, Szychowska, where it's maybe in Europe's national interest, but it also national security interest, but it's also looks like it's sort of the Americans forcing it. Do you see, Noah, that is, do you read that as appetite for doing more transatlantic policy on China? I mean, the sense I get is that Trump hasn't really given too much. He doesn't really care what Europe does on China, right? Like, what can you do for me? But there are these tactical things, and the people around him probably care more deeply than he does. But I mean, do you see a future in that, especially when we see some of the scenes that are unfolding on the streets of Chicago, Portland? I mean, it's electorally, it's a tough one for maybe some European leaders to sell to their public as well. So I mean, how do you see that complicated, dynamic playing out?
Well, I've been saying in the past few months that we may be past the peak of transatlantic cooperation on China. I don't know if that's very clear at the moment, but I think that's a possibility. Transatlantic cooperation on China has never been perfect. Under Biden, There were frictions, and I think the pressure, for example, on the Dutch government to impose export controls on ASML, for instance, was controversial. But I think it was largely the Europeans knew where the Biden administration was going for the most part. There was a degree of predictability there. I think with Trump, that predictability is gone. I would agree with Dominic that we are in a long-term strategic competition between the US and China. But the Trump administration wasn't really interested in talking about China during the US-EU trade talks. There was no mention of China in the G7 and NATO leaders summit statements, and that was because of the US, essentially. They weren't really interested in talking about China. That was very different under the Biden administration. So I think you said it correctly. This administration doesn't, at least until now, has not shown a great deal of interest in talking with Europe and coordinating with Europe on China. And that's going to make it much more difficult for Europe, because I think some of these big issues, whether it's rare earths, whether it's trade defense, it would be nice if we were cooperating on a transatlantic level and a broader sort of G7 plus level.
Dominic, maybe you could also say a few words on that, but I mean, you're the one here who you're in the room with the Chinese and American diplomats. You have this engagement. I was going to say we read a lot. I write a lot as well about the sort of the pincer movement, almost the European Union and Europe in general, between these two fairly unfriendly sides over the course of the last 10 months. Can you speak a little bit to that, and maybe taking on board what Noah has said as well? I mean, has it really been as much of a squeeze? And do you think that there is a sort of future in that area of cooperation, and like looking forward beyond that as well? I mean, do you see a path for like you're going to say yes, obviously, for an independent, European EU?
Don't tell me what I'm going to say. Just let me say it.
Okay, well, hopefully,
no, go on. What to say about the triangle? I mean, we have to get our facts straight. First of all, about the levels of trade. We heard a lot about the EU-Chinese trade relationship, $100 billion deficit a decade ago, $300 billion euro deficit now, etc. The number of containers going each way. You've heard all that. Whereas with the US, we have 2.5 times the number of exports are going to the US than go to China. We have 10 times the volume of European investment going to the US than goes to China. We have a bigger trading relationship with Switzerland than we do with China.
Bigger exporting anyway.
Bigger exports, yeah, thank you. So let's get the facts straight. Let's also remember that right now, to this day, still right now, our relationship with the US extends, of course, into the domain of security. Our security is interconnected. So those are facts. Another fact that we always try to stress, so you said I'm in the room. So I'm in the room, more often this year with Chinese officials and diplomats than I have been with American ones. That's a difference, I have to say. In previous years, I spent at least as much time with American officials as with Chinese ones.
Does that speak to this, what Noah said, they're not that bothered?
It speaks... it is what it is. I describe the facts. That's the number of times I've been in the room having productive conversations. Do I think it's ironic that I'm constantly told by Chinese counterparts that we need to be autonomous and pull away from the US, whereas at the same time, I mean, what's hit us hardest economically, trade-wise, be it this summer or today, is the rare earth export controls, and that was essentially aimed either at the US at the peak of the trade tensions, or ahead of the end of October when Xi Jinping and Trump will meet. That's part of the way I perceive what's been done today. put another stinky fish on the American table, but it hits us just as hard, right? So there's irony there in China saying, you know, just pull away from the US, treat us on our own merits, etc. And we say, we do. We see our relationship with China through the prism of our interests. Anyway, third point, I suppose, would be about whether or not, as Noah was suggesting, there are things that we could talk about with and work on with the US and other partners, challenges emanating predominantly from China, economic challenges, or peace challenges, the ones you mentioned, Taiwan, South China Sea, and so on, where it would be better, I think it would be helpful for us to be able to work well with the United States, Australia, the Philippines, Japan, you name it. And that is why the sort of diversification of partnerships, the Indo-Pacific strategy, the Indo-Pacific Ministerial coming up 20th, 21st of November, next month, is more important than it was even when we launched it 4 years ago. That side of it, partnering, dialogue, the pursuit of partnership where we can, be it with the US, be it with China, certainly be it with a whole range of other partners, that is a piece of the puzzle that we're not going to drop.
And just before we go to Q&A, I mean, just to go back to this sort of sense of the squeeze, I suppose at the start of the year, a lot of people were expecting that, you know, because Trump's back, there'll be a Chinese charm offensive. And I know from colleagues suggesting that this hasn't happened. I mean, were you surprised, you know, that with such a deterioration in the transatlantic relationship, that the Chinese weren't there coming to Brussels, coming to Europe, trying to make hay out of that?
Maybe a little bit. But I think, as I said earlier, China was doing what pretty much everybody else was doing, which was trying to figure out what were the best tactics and strategy to use vis-a-vis the new and more uncertain world that we entered after January. So par for the course, everything is seen through the lens of the relationship with the US in Beijing. So that's not surprising. Had they had more airtime bandwidth, would they have spent more time courting us? Possibly. I don't know. But it goes back to what I said actually this morning in one of the panels about wrong perceptions versus, even more insulting, no perceptions. I feel as though Europe has been set to one side in the Chinese diplomatic mindset in this year so far. So yeah, it can be a chilly place.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Maybe we've got time for a few questions. If there's a microphone on the floor, please, we'll ask you to let us know who you are. Keep the questions brief and no comments, just questions, please. Mo over here on the left and a lady on the right also. Gentleman at the front. Take those three.
Hi, I'm Mo Turner from the UK mission to the EU in Brussels. Thanks for the very interesting reflections. Certainly from a domestic perspective, it can often seem like dealing with China is a choice between short-term prioritization and long-term prioritization, and that the short-term stuff is easier to deal with and more compatible with democratic cycles, and there's a lot of putting out fires in the short term, whereas perhaps dealing with China is more like dealing with climate change. You have to have mitigation and adaptation. I guess my question is, do you agree with that? And are there any examples of countries where you've seen a good public discourse about tackling the long-term challenges posed by China?
Thank you. We'll take, there was a lady on the right-hand side here, just.
Thank you for the interesting panel. I'm Gulehina van der Zwaan from Leiden University, and I think my question is mostly for Dominic. Looking at now, of course, more growing security assertiveness of China around the South China Sea and also around Taiwan. I was thinking, how far is the EU willing or prepared to go in terms of course, security commitment, beyond the sort of symbolic naval presence. And of course, it's a sensitive topic, thinking about a scenario of the Taiwan Strait issue, but then are there any contingency plans or If you could say a few words about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was a gentleman here on the second row.
Oh, hi, I'm Jeff Henderson from the China and Europe Research Network and the University of Bristol. I'd just like to press Dominic on some of his last comments. A little earlier on in your contribution, Dominic, you mentioned that the EU is not in a battle to be number one in the world. My quick question is, why not? In other words, there's a certain logic to this. Having that ambition and carrying it forward, wouldn't that actually be likely to be to the better benefit of the peoples of Europe, in part because in progressing that agenda, the European Union and hopefully other countries associated with it in Europe, including Britain, might then end up being able to position Europe as a third power between China and the United States. And surely, under current circumstances, wouldn't that be a better outcome than the mess we have at this moment in time?
Thank you. Jorge, do you want to come in on the first?
Yes, and it's a good question to promote our own research as researchers do. The question on public discourse on the long-term perspective on tackling China. We're currently doing research under the label of China 2049. And the question is, China has all these goals for 2049. They're very clear about the goals. It's, technological dominance. It's an army that is world-class and can fight and win wars. And our research is, okay, what if that actually happens? According to these wishes of China, what does that mean for us in the EU? What does that mean for NATO? And it's a little bit of a teaser because it's not out yet, but we're hoping that it will push also the public discourse a little bit in the Netherlands.
Cliffhanger, academic cliffhanger. Noah, do you want to say anything on the first question before Dominic takes his swathe of questions?
Sure. Yeah. No, Mo, I think it's a good point. Yeah, I think it was the head of the German Domestic Intelligence Agency who described Russia as a storm and China as climate change. I noticed that, and I'm sure Finbar does too, that over the past years, there's always something more urgent to discuss than China on the EU agenda. Now, I'm not saying, there are exceptions, but Brexit, obviously Ukraine in recent years, Trump, these have a tendency to overshadow the China debate at the European level sometimes. So I think we do need to, I have to give the Commission credit for starting, I think was it March 2023? 2023, Ursula von der Leyen's speech, and then her de-risking speech, and then she launched this economic security push. The Commission really tried to lead on this issue, so I don't want to pretend that China has not been front and center. But Mo, you're absolutely right. We're dealing with the short-term stuff, but there's a longer-term. There's longer-term thinking that has to take place. That's clear. We're going to be living with China, right? And we want a harmonious relationship, and we want a relationship that is, on the economic and security front, is beneficial for us. So we do need to think long-term. I think if there's a country that has done the best on this, it's probably Japan. With starting under Abe in 2010 with the push for a degree of rare earth independence. But yeah, the Japanese were also affected by the recent controls on rare earth magnets in the spring. So even after 15 years of pushing on this, they're not certainly not totally independent. But we do need to, on de-risking, I think we haven't done enough. And we do need to take this seriously. And I think the rare earths issue should be priority 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. We really need to make a push on that. And at the European level, at the member state level, at the corporate level, ideally all 3 together.
We do hear more about this sort of Japanese indispensability in Brussels these days, but I don't think that China has ever been kicked off the Foreign Affairs Council agenda in Tokyo because of migration or anything like that. So we have a whole different suite of challenges. Dominic, I'll let you decide whether you want to choose the really easy question about Taiwan or the really easy question about Europe being the world's top superpower. But it's over to you.
Well, thank you for recognizing these are huge questions, big questions. On the short and long term, I mean, the answer is that we have to do both at the same time. And I said earlier that perhaps it was not the most rewarding job always to be, shepherding a declining relationship. What is interesting is working on short and long term challenges at the same time. On Taiwan, South China Sea, just 2 very brief things. I mean, what we say to China, as well as to our friends and partners in the region, is that 1, we as EU have standing to speak out on the need for peace and stability in the South China, East China Sea, Taiwan Strait, because we have such enormous interest there. So please don't tell us that we should not speak about these things. Number 2, what we're in the business of trying to uphold is, again, I come back to it, international law, the UN Convention, UNCLOS, and that appeal goes to the states around the South China Sea, those who are claimant states, and to China itself. China sees things in a very different way. But we will keep doing that. It's about international law. Finally, not number 1, not striving for geopolitical and military supremacy over the world. No. I mean, maybe I could imagine a better world if that were the case, but it's not. We're not. I'm not going to claim that the EU is striving for military supremacy over the rest of the world, and we're certainly not involved in a military build-up, which compares to that which is going on in China or has gone on in the past in the US.
Thank you. I'm looking at my watch. I know you have a train to catch, Dominic. Raoul, how are we for time?
I think we have to call it off.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Round of applause, please, for these 3 excellent panelists. And a round of applause for the organizers and for everybody who made this such a great day. Thank you very much.
Person in between you and your drinks, but I'll keep it very, very short. And we all do certainly need a drink after this panel. So let's. We should also hurry up because I think the cutoff time is 6:30 for the drinks. So then they will start guiding us to the exit. But it is great to see that this room is still so very full at the end of this long day. I'm very impressed by this, and thanks a lot for your participation. Then I wanted to say a quick word of thanks to the organization. I mean, I'm in the organization, but I would not have been able to do this without my entire team, amongst them Szychowska, Thies Dams, Tobias Kaster there in the back, Tine Franke, Ellen Schepers, and a whole group of research assistants from the Clingendael Institute. I didn't miss anyone, I think, right? So a big round of applause, please, for everybody. A very short reflection on the panel. We need to get our facts straight. That speaks to we need to improve our knowledge. But I just wanted to say that we wrote Finbar wrong here. So it should be with one N and a double R. So we should get our facts straight indeed. Apologies for that. For now, 1-2 words from Bart. on behalf of ReConnect, and then we go to the drinks. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
Okay. So yes, thanks as kind of representing here ReConnect China. I do thank Clingendael for everyone in Clingendael. Clingendael itself doesn't do anything, of course. Everyone in Clingendael to have organized this wonderful conference. And as Raoul just said, you are still here, so apparently it was interesting. We do have a yearly conference. The next one will be in the Brussels bubble or the Brussels hub, call it what you want. So I hope that we can see many of you back next year in Brussels. Thank you.